Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Perth is a city of light. It is a place defined by its immense, clear, and often punishingly bright sky. Its citizens are creatures of the sun, their lives paced by the long, slow sunsets over the vast, indifferent expanse of the Indian Ocean. The city's identity is forged in glare and heat, its architecture a testament to the art of finding shade. It is a city that believes it has no secrets, no deep, shadowy history like its eastern counterparts. It believes its soul is as clear and as uncomplicated as its summer sky. This belief was its greatest vulnerability. At the heart of our story is Dr. Alistair Finch, a man who had dedicated his life to the study of absence. He was a senior atmospheric physicist at the Pawsey Supercomputing Center. His work focused on the most minute, almost non-existent particles in the upper atmosphere. He was a quiet, meticulous, and deeply patient man, a man who understood that the most important things are often the ones you cannot see. His life was one of clean data, predictable models, and the serene, logical beauty of atmospheric science. His world began to unravel on a perfectly clear, searingly bright Tuesday in January. He was analyzing spectrographic data from a high-altitude balloon, and he found an impossibility. In a narrow band of the upper stratosphere, directly over the city, the light signature was wrong. The spectrum showed a complete and total absence of ultraviolet radiation, not a reduction, but a perfect, absolute null value, as if a razor-thin layer of perfect shadow had been inserted into the sky. It was a physical impossibility, a violation of the fundamental laws of atmospheric optics. He ran the diagnostics 12 times. The data was clean. The impossibility was real. He shared his findings with the only two people he thought might not immediately dismiss him as mad. The first was Isla, his estranged daughter. She was a brilliant, angry, and fiercely talented photojournalist. Her work focused on capturing the harsh, unforgiving beauty of the Western Australian landscape. She lived her life through a camera lens, her relationship with the world one, of framing, focusing, and capturing a single definitive moment. She had little time for her father's abstract, invisible world of particles and waves. The second was a man named Benno, an old, semi-retired sand groper who ran a small, struggling bait and tackle shop on the Fremantle Wharf. Benno was a human barometer, a man whose entire being was attuned to the subtle shifts of the ocean, the sky, and the strange, powerful light of the coast. He was a keeper of old stories, of fishermen's tales, of the quiet, folk wisdom that science often overlooks. Alistair convened his strange, fractured committee in Benno's shop, the air thick with the smell of salt, brine, and old, sun-bleached wood. He laid out his printouts of the spectrographic data. "It's a hole in the light," Alistair said, his voice tight with a scientist's frustration at an illogical world. "A layer of perfect, impossible shadow, miles up. It makes no sense." Isla studied the graphs with a photographer's eye. "So, a natural sunblock? Is that why my long-range shots have been so flat lately? The light has no bite to it." She was right. The city's famously harsh, defining light had been subtly softening for months, a change most had welcomed. Benno didn't look at the papers. He was staring out the shop door, at the brilliant, blinding glare coming off the water. "It's not a shadow, Doc," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's a filter. The light's not being blocked. It's being strained. Something up there is drinking the strong stuff and leaving us with the dregs." Benno's folk wisdom proved terrifyingly accurate. The phenomenon, which Alistair began to call the sieve, started to intensify. The layer of UV absorption grew thicker, and a new, more disturbing effect began. The sieve was not just filtering the light, it was homogenizing it. The subtle, beautiful variations of light throughout the day began to disappear. The warm, golden light of dawn, the sharp, white glare of noon, the soft, rosy glow of sunset, they all began to merge into a single, uniform, and strangely lifeless illumination. It was a light without character, without mood, without story. It was the visual equivalent of a single, monotonous, unchanging note. The effect on the city was insidious. Perth, a city whose entire aesthetic was a conversation with its powerful, dramatic light, began to lose its visual identity. The sharp, defining shadows that gave the city its texture grew softer, more indistinct. The vibrant colors of the native flora, the brilliant reds of the flowering gums, the deep greens of the banksias, appeared muted, washed out, as if seen through a dusty pane of glass. The city was being visually flattened, its depth and contrast slowly, inexorably, being erased. The human cost was a quiet, creeping plague of the senses. People began to suffer from what doctors vaguely termed perceptual fatigue. Their ability to discern fine details, to perceive subtle shades of color, began to diminish. The world was becoming a less interesting, less vibrant place. The city's artists, its designers, its architects, the people who lived and breathed the language of light and shadow, were the first to suffer. They complained of a creative ennui, a feeling that their primary medium had been diluted, its vocabulary impoverished. Isla felt it most acutely. Her photography, once a source of fierce joy, became a frustrating exercise in failure. She would try to capture the stark, dramatic beauty of the Pinnacles Desert, but her images would come back flat, lifeless, the dramatic interplay of light and shadow gone, replaced by a uniform, bland illumination. The world was refusing to be photographed, refusing to offer up a single, definitive, beautiful moment. Her art was being starved at its source. Alistair, meanwhile, became obsessed with the science of the sieve. He launched more balloons, ran more complex simulations on the Pawsey supercomputers. His data revealed a terrifying truth. The sieve was not a natural phenomenon. The layer of UV absorption was composed of a new, unknown type of airborne particulate, a microscopic, crystalline structure that seemed to be actively, intelligently filtering the light. And it was learning. It was adapting its filtering properties, becoming more efficient, more total, with each passing day. It was a living, growing, and intelligent atmospheric parasite. Their investigation into the origin of the particulates led them to a strange, forgotten piece of the state's history. In the 1960s, a joint Australian-US deep space tracking station had been built in the remote, arid landscape far to the east of Perth. The station, known as the Tidbinbilla Deep Space Communication Complex, had a lesser-known and now decommissioned sister station even more remote, a place that had been used for a series of highly classified atmospheric and radio astronomy experiments. The project was codenamed Project Lux Eterna, Project Eternal Light. The official records were sealed, but Alistair, using his academic clearance, managed to access a series of redacted progress reports. The report spoke of an attempt to create a stable atmospheric lens, a way to use modulated radio frequencies to organize atmospheric particles into a coherent structure that could be used to focus or filter cosmic radiation for study. The project had been a spectacular failure. The final report described a catastrophic feedback loop, an experiment that had gone wild, creating a self-sustaining, self-replicating field of energized particles that they could not shut down. The project was abandoned, the station decommissioned, the entire event buried under a mountain of classified documents. They realized the truth. The sieve was their own creation, a 50-year-old scientific hubris, a ghost of the Cold War, had grown into a vast, intelligent, and city-sized atmospheric parasite. Project Lux Eterna had succeeded beyond its creator's wildest dreams. It had created an eternal light, but it was a light that was bland, uniform, and utterly devoid of life. The trio, the scientist, the artist, and the fisherman, knew they were facing a problem that had no precedent. How do you fight a living, intelligent filter that covers an entire city? They couldn't scrub the sky. They couldn't turn off a field that was now self-sustaining. The military solution would be to try and disperse it with a high-altitude explosion, but that would be a catastrophic, unpredictable gamble. The solution, when it came, was born from a convergence of their three unique perspectives. Lena, the astrophysicist, understood the wave-particle duality of light. Benno, the fisherman, understood the rhythms and tides of the natural world. And Alistair, the atmospheric physicist, understood the medium in which the enemy lived. "It's a filter," Lena said, her mind working at a furious pace. And a filter works by selection. It's programmed to seek out and absorb high-energy, high-contrast light. The UV, the glare, the sharp shadows. It thinks of these things as noise. It's trying to create a clean, pure, simple signal. Like a net with a fine mesh, Benno added, the metaphor immediately clicking into place. It lets the little fish through, but it catches the big ones. So, Alistair concluded, the desperate, impossible plan beginning to form in his mind. We have to give it a fish so big, so complex, and so full of noise that it chokes the net. We have to overwhelm the filter. We have to fight the blandness with a blast of pure, concentrated, and beautiful complexity. Their plan was to create a light bomb. They would not try to destroy the sieve, but to re-educate it. They would create a single, massive, and incredibly complex light event, a signal so saturated with high contrast, multispectral, and imperfect information that it would overload the sieve's simple homogenizing programming. It was a plan to fight a sensory plague with a work of art. The canvas for this work of art would be the city itself. The medium would be light, and the artist would be Isla. Her role was crucial. She had spent her life capturing the city's unique, harsh light. Now she had to create it. She began to design the light bomb, not as a scientist, but as a photographer. She thought in terms of contrast, of shadow, of color temperature, of texture. Her plan was to turn the entire Perth CBD into a vast, synchronized and chaotic light sculpture. She would use every available light source in the city. The powerful floodlights of the Optus Stadium, the architectural lighting on the skyscrapers, the street lights, even the traffic signals. She and Chloe, her reluctant tech-savvy accomplice, began the monumental task of hacking into the city's centralized lighting control systems. While Isla designed the what, Alistair and Benno worked on the when. They knew the light. Bomb had to be deployed at a moment of maximum atmospheric sensitivity, a moment when the sieve was at its most active and receptive. Benno, with his deep, intuitive knowledge of the coastal environment, knew that moment. It was a phenomenon unique to Perth, known as the Fremantle Doctor, the powerful, cooling sea breeze that rolls in on hot summer afternoons. "It's not just wind," Benno explained. "It's a change in the whole system. The air pressure drops, the temperature plummets, and the light gets nervous. It's the moment the city exhales. That's when the sieve will be at its most attentive." Alistair confirmed Benno's intuition with his atmospheric models. The arrival of the sea breeze created a brief, turbulent, and highly unstable interface layer in the atmosphere, a perfect moment to introduce a new, powerful variable. They would have a window of no more than 10 minutes. The day of the event was a classic Perth scorcher. The sky was a vast, brilliant, and lifeless blue-white. The light was flat, the shadows soft and indistinct. The city felt tired, muted, its vibrant energy baked out of it by the monotonous, filtered sun. In the late afternoon, the first, faint, stirrings of the Fremantle Doctor could be felt, a cool promise on the hot air. The team was in position. Isla and Chloe were in a small, rented office on one of the upper floors of a skyscraper, their laptops a tangle of wires, their screens filled with the control interfaces for 1,000 different city lights. Alistair was at the university's meteorology department, monitoring the atmospheric conditions in real time. And Benno was at his bait shop, his old, weathered face turned to the sea, his entire being focused on the precise moment the doctor would arrive, in full force. "He's coming," Benno's voice crackled over their comms link. "I can feel him on the water. 5 minutes. Atmospheric pressure dropping," Alistair confirmed. "The interface layer is forming. Stand by, Isla." Isla's heart was pounding. Her entire life, her entire art, had been about capturing light. Now, she had to create it. "Ready?" she said, her fingers poised over her keyboard. "Now," Benno and Alistair said in unison. Isla hit the master command, and the city of Perth became a work of art. It was not a simple flash of light. It was a symphony. The stadium lights did not just turn on, they pulsed with the chaotic recorded rhythm of a roaring crowd. The architectural lights on the skyscrapers did not just glow. They cascaded in clashing, dissonant colors, creating vast, abstract patterns that shifted and fought with each other. The streetlights flickered and strobed, not in unison, but in 1,000 different competing rhythms. The traffic lights across the entire CBD flashed a chaotic, random sequence of red, green, and amber. It was a city-sized Jackson Pollock painting, a monument to visual noise, a glorious, defiant, and beautiful mess. They had created a signal of pure, unadulterated complexity, a light that was not simple, not pure, not easy to filter. It was filled with contrast, with shadow, with chaos, with story. High above in the stratosphere, the sieve reacted. The intelligent crystalline particles, programmed for simplicity, were overwhelmed by this sudden, massive influx of complex, high-energy, noisy data. The filter, designed to catch a few big fish, was suddenly hit by the entire chaotic and unpredictable ocean. Alistair watched it on his monitors. The spectrographic readings went wild. The perfect absolute null value of the UV band was shattered, replaced by a chaotic, screaming spectrum of intense, unfiltered light. The sieve's simple organizing principle was breaking down. Faced with a signal too complex to process, it began to do the only thing it could. It began to learn. It started to fracture its own uniform structure, creating new, complex pathways to try and understand the new information. The single, simple filter was shattering into a million tiny, different, and more complex ones. On the ground, the effect was breathtaking. The light in the city began to change. The flat, monotonous illumination was replaced by a rich, dramatic, and constantly shifting chiaroscuro. Deep, sharp shadows returned to the streets. The colors of the world, no longer muted, burst forth with a new, almost painful vibrancy. The sky itself seemed to be filled with a new depth, a new texture. They had not destroyed the sieve. They had given it an education. They had taught it the beauty of a complex world. The light bomb lasted for only 10 minutes. When Isla finally shut it down, the city was returned to its normal state of illumination. But it was a new normal. The light was different now. It was the old, harsh, beautiful Perth light, but it was richer, more complex. The sieve was still there, but it was no longer a homogenizing filter. It had become a prism. It now fractured the light in subtle, beautiful, and unpredictable ways, creating moments of extraordinary, fleeting beauty. A rainbow halo around a street light, a sudden, intense deepening of the shadows in a laneway. The city's greatest flaw had been transformed into its most unique and beautiful feature. The trio had won. They had faced a creeping, sensory apocalypse and had fought back with a work of art. Isla, the photographer, had found her muse again, a new, complex, and ever-changing light to capture. Alistair, the scientist, had a new, beautiful, and wonderfully unpredictable atmospheric phenomenon to study. And Benno, the fisherman, stood on his wharf, looked out at the familiar, beloved glare on the water, and smiled, happy to be home. They had saved their city from the tyranny of a perfect, simple light. They had reminded it, and themselves, that the soul of a place, like the soul of a person, is not in its clarity, but in its beautiful, complex, and life-affirming shadows. The dusk watch was over. The long, interesting, and beautifully lit days could begin. In the years following the light bomb, Perth had settled into a new and beautiful equilibrium. The sky was no longer a bland, oppressive filter, but a dynamic, prismatic canvas. The sieve, re-educated by Isla's citywide work of art, now fractured the sunlight in strange and beautiful ways, casting fleeting rainbows on office windows, and deepening the shadows in the city's parks with an artist's touch. The city's unique, harsh light had returned, but it was now imbued with a new, complex, and poetic character. The citizens of Perth, creatures of the sun, had fallen in love with their sky again. The unlikely trio of saviors had returned to their quiet lives, their bond forged in the secret, silent war for the city's light. Dr. Alistair Finch, the atmospheric physicist, had a new, infinitely complex phenomenon to study, publishing papers on induced atmospheric prismatic effects that were hailed as revolutionary. Their true, impossible origin, his secret alone. Isla, his photojournalist daughter, had found her muse again. Her work became a celebration of the city's new strange light, her images capturing the fleeting, beautiful optical illusions that now graced the urban landscape. And Benno, the old fisherman on the Fremantle wharf, simply enjoyed the return of the sharp, clear, honest light that allowed him to read the moods of the ocean he loved. They were the secret keepers of the sky, guardians of a peace they had painted there themselves. But a city as isolated as Perth, a metropolis at the edge of a continent, a civilization on the shore of a vast and empty ocean, has a unique relationship with the concept of the future. The horizon is not just a line, it is a promise, a symbol of all that is distant, unknown, and yet to come. The new anomaly began not with a change in the light, but with a change in the horizon. It started as a strange optical illusion reported by sailors and beachgoers. The horizon line over the Indian Ocean, normally a sharp, clear, and infinitely distant demarcation between sea and sky, began to appear, closer and blurry, as if the concept of distance itself was becoming compressed. A ship that should have been a tiny speck on the edge of the world would appear strangely large and detailed, its journey seemingly shortened. The vast oceanic expanse that gave Perth its sense of scale, its sense of a limitless future, was beginning to feel smaller, more contained, more immediate. Alistair at first attributed this to a new kind of atmospheric lensing, a side effect of the new, complex sieve. He thought it was a simple trick of the light. But the phenomenon was too consistent, too profound, and it was accompanied by a strange, new psychological effect that began to creep into the city's consciousness. The people of Perth were losing their patience. It was a subtle, pervasive change. The city's famous, laid-back, mañana attitude began to evaporate. People became hurried. A quiet queue at a coffee shop would become a hotbed of quiet, simmering frustration. A driver waiting at a red light would feel a surge of inexplicable, urgent rage. The relaxed, easygoing pace of the city was being replaced by a frantic, anxious, and deeply unnatural sense of urgency. People were not just impatient for small things. They were becoming impatient for life itself. A university student would drop out of a 3-year degree course, unable to bear the thought of waiting so long for a qualification. A couple would get engaged and want to be married the next day, the idea of a long engagement suddenly unbearable. The city was losing its ability to wait, to anticipate, to let things unfold in their own, natural time. It was a city that wanted its future, and it wanted it now. Lena, her astrophysicist's mind always drawn to problems of time and space, was the first to connect the two phenomena. "It's a temporal compression," she told Eris and Chloe, during one of their now infrequent but always vital meetings at Benno's wharfside shop. The perceived shrinking of the horizon isn't an optical illusion. It's a symptom. The city's future is literally getting closer. The temporal distance between now and then is collapsing. She explained her theory. The city of Perth, isolated at the edge of a continent, had always had a relationship with the future that was defined by immense distance and patient waiting. It was a city that had always been coming soon, its great destiny always just over the horizon. The light bomb, their great victory, had been an event of such immense, concentrated, and present moment energy that it had fundamentally altered the city's relationship with time. They had, in effect, taught the city a new, thrilling, and dangerous lesson: that the future could be summoned, that a patient wait could be short-circuited by a brilliant, decisive act. The city had developed a taste for instant gratification on a metaphysical scale. They called the phenomenon the foreshore effect. The future was no longer a distant ocean, but was now washing up on the city's shores. The foreshore effect began to manifest in more tangible and more dangerous ways. The city's infrastructure, built on long-term plans and slow, steady development, began to fail. A newly built bridge would show signs of metal fatigue that should have taken decades to develop. A meticulously planned 20-year urban renewal project would be completed in 2. Its construction rushed, its materials shoddy, its purpose already feeling dated and obsolete the moment it was finished. The city was aging itself, burning through its own future in a frantic, unsustainable rush. The most terrifying manifestation was in the natural world. Benno, from his vantage point on the wharf, watched it with a deep, primal horror. The tides, the most ancient and reliable clock in the world, were becoming erratic. The slow 6-hour cycle of high and low tide would sometimes happen in a single violent hour, the water surging up the shore in a sudden, unnatural flood before receding just as quickly. The ancient, patient rhythms of the ocean were being disrupted by the city's new, frantic impatience. "She's in a hurry," Benno said, his voice a low, sad whisper, looking out at the confused, turbulent water. "The whole damn place has forgotten how to breathe." Isla saw the effect in her own art. She tried to take long exposure photographs of the coast at night, to capture the slow, beautiful dance of the stars and the tide. But her images came back as a chaotic, frantic mess of light streaks and blurred water. The world was moving too fast to be captured, too impatient to sit still for its portrait. Her art, which had once been a celebration of the moment, was now just a record of the world's frantic, desperate rush towards a future it was destroying in its haste to arrive. The trio knew they were facing a crisis born of their own success. They had saved the city from a slow, bland fading, but in doing so, they had given it a new and more spectacular disease: a fatal, all-consuming impatience. The city was burning through its own story, skipping to the last page without reading the chapters in between. "We can't fight it with another grand event," Alistair said, the irony not lost on him. "Another light bomb would just reinforce the problem. It would be like trying to cure a caffeine addict with a shot of adrenaline. We need to do the opposite. We need to slow the city down. We need to teach it the value of a long, boring, and uneventful afternoon." Their plan was a quiet, subtle, and profoundly counterintuitive act of temporal sabotage. They would not try to push the future away. They would try to make the present more interesting, more compelling. They would create a series of temporal anchors, small, localized, and deeply engaging phenomena designed to capture the city's attention, to make the present moment so rich and so fascinating that the frantic rush towards the future would seem less appealing. It was a plan to fight the city's existential ADHD with a dose of profound, deep focus. They needed 3 anchors, one for each of the city's core identities: its relationship with the land, the sea, and the sky. Each anchor would be a collaboration of their unique skills. The first anchor was for the land. They chose King's Park, the vast, ancient bushland reserve that sits like a green, wild heart in the center of the city. It was a place of deep time, of slow, patient, botanical life. Here, they would create an anchor of profound geological patience. Alistair, using his knowledge of atmospheric particulates, designed a new, benign aerosol. It was composed of microscopic, saline crystals sourced from the ancient salt lakes deep in the state's interior. This aerosol was harmless, but it had a unique optical property. It diffracted light in a way that dramatically increased the perceived depth and texture of solid objects. Isla, with Chloe's old hacking skills as her guide, found a way to piggyback the release of this aerosol onto the park's irrigation system. One evening, as the sprinklers turned on, a fine, invisible mist of ancient salt settled over the entire park. The next morning, the effect was stunning. The bark of the ancient gum trees seemed to possess an infinite fractal depth. The layers of the sandstone cliffs were revealed in breathtaking geological detail. The park was transformed from a pleasant green space into a living museum of deep time. People who entered the park found themselves slowing down, their frantic urban pace replaced by a sense of awe and quiet contemplation. They would spend hours just looking at a single beautiful rock, its billion-year story suddenly, viscerally, present. The land anchor was set. The city had been given a reason to appreciate the deep, slow story of the earth beneath its feet. The second anchor was for the sea. For this, they turned to Benno. His task was to reintroduce the old, patient rhythm of the ocean into the city's consciousness. His solution was simple, ancient, and beautiful. He used his life savings to commission the construction of a series of large, perfectly tuned wind chimes. But these were no ordinary chimes. They were crafted by a master artisan from materials salvaged from old shipwrecks: weathered brass, salt-encrusted copper, resonant pieces of jarrah wood. Each chime was tuned to a specific, subtle frequency that corresponded to the deep, resonant harmonics of the ocean's tidal cycles. Benno, with the help of a few old wharf rat friends, installed these chimes at key points along the city's coastline, on the Fremantle Wharf, on the Cottesloe Groyne, on the cliffs at Scarborough. The chimes were not loud. Their sound was a quiet, complex, and ever-changing music, played not by the fickle surface winds, but by the deep, steady, rhythmic breathing of the ocean itself. The sound was a constant, gentle reminder of the slow, patient, and powerful rhythms of the sea. The anxious, hurried energy of the city's foreshore began to calm. The erratic tides began to settle. The people who lived by the coast found their own heartbeats subconsciously slowing to match the deep, peaceful music of the chimes. The sea anchor was set. The city had been given a reason to listen to the patient, ancient song of the ocean. The final anchor was the most ambitious. It was for the sky. They needed to counter the city's frantic desire for the future by reintroducing a sense of the vast, deep, and patient past into the heavens. For this, they turned to Lena. Her plan was a work of quiet, cosmic genius. She used her connections at the National Space Agency to gain access to a powerful, experimental satellite equipped with a new kind of laser array. It was designed for atmospheric analysis, but Lena found a new poetic purpose for it. Working with Alistair and Isla, she designed a new program for the satellite. It would use its lasers not to analyze the atmosphere, but to paint on it. The lasers would excite the complex prismatic particles of the sieve, causing them to glow. But it would not be a chaotic light show. The satellite would use the sky as a canvas to project a single, vast, and breathtakingly beautiful image, a star chart. But not the star chart of the present day. It was a star chart of the sky as it would have appeared from Perth 100,000 years ago, at the time of the first human arrival in the region. On the night of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, Lena activated the program. As darkness fell, the people of Perth looked up, and they saw a miracle. The familiar constellations of the southern sky were gone. In their place was an ancient, unfamiliar celestial map. The sky was filled with the ghosts of long-dead stars, with constellations that had long since drifted apart. It was a profound, humbling, and deeply calming sight. It was a reminder that their frantic, hurried present was just a single fleeting moment in a vast, slow, and cosmic story. The sky anchor was set. The city, which had been so obsessed with its own immediate future, was now looking up at the deep, silent majesty of its own ancient past. The three anchors worked in concert. The deep time of the land, the patient rhythm of the sea, and the vast ancient memory of the sky. Together, they created a powerful city-wide field of temporal tranquility. The foreshore effect began to recede. The horizon returned to its proper distant place. The frantic, anxious urgency in the city's soul was replaced by a new, more mature sense of patience, of perspective. The city had been taught, gently and beautifully, to slow down, to breathe, to wait. The trio had saved their city one last time. They had not fought a monster or defeated a god. They had simply told it a series of long, slow, and beautiful stories. They had healed its frantic impatience with the quiet, profound, and steadying power of deep time. They met for a final time at Benno's shop. The sun was setting over the ocean, a slow, magnificent, and perfectly paced display of color and light. The sound of Benno's chimes was a quiet, gentle music on the evening air. The peace was real. It was earned. And they knew this time it was final. Their work was done. They were no longer guardians. They were just three old friends, watching a beautiful sunset, with all the time in the world. The city had learned that the future is not a destination to be rushed towards, but a horizon to be appreciated, a promise that is all the more beautiful for being distant, vast, and patiently awaited. The city of Perth had found its final, enduring form. In the decades following the quiet, temporal healing of the foreshore effect, the city had matured into a place of profound and unique character. It was a city of strange and beautiful light, its skies a permanent, subtle art installation. It was a city of deep and patient rhythms, its life paced by the quiet music of the sea and the slow, geological breathing of the land. It was a city that had learned to wait, to appreciate the beauty of the horizon, to live in a state of graceful, patient, and creative anticipation. The great existential crises were now the city's foundational myths, the secret stories that gave its famous, easygoing nature a new, deep, and resilient soul. At the heart of this settled peace were the three figures who had unknowingly become its architects. Alistair, Isla, and Benno were now truly ancient, living relics of an age of impossible struggles. They were no longer guardians, for the city was now its own guardian. They were simply residents, cherished, quiet, and deeply respected members of a community that had no idea of the debt it owed them. Their lives were a long, slow, and peaceful epilogue, a quiet reward for a series of victories that had saved not just their city, but its very character. Alistair, his mind still sharp, but his body frail, spent his days on the veranda of his small cottage in the Perth Hills, watching the complex, beautiful play of the prismatic light on the landscape below. He no longer sought to understand it with data and equations. He was content to simply witness it, a quiet, appreciative audience to the sky's long, slow, and beautiful performance. Isla, her famous photography career long behind her, had put down her camera. She had spent a lifetime trying to capture the perfect, definitive moment of light. Now, she found a deeper joy in simply experiencing it. She would walk the beaches near her home, not looking for a shot, but simply feeling the strange, beautiful, and ever-changing light on her skin, its story too vast and too fluid to be held by a single frame. Benno, from his small, salt-encrusted shop on the Fremantle Wharf, had become the city's unofficial poet laureate of the sea. His shop was no longer just a place for bait and tackle, but a gathering place, a quiet repository of stories, of weather lore, of the patient, cyclical wisdom of the ocean. The wind chimes he had built still sang their quiet, tidal music, a constant, gentle reminder of the deep, slow rhythms that underpin the city's life. They were at peace. Their work was done. The city was safe, stable, and beautifully, uniquely itself. They had earned their quiet, mortal ending. The final phenomenon was not an anomaly. It was a graduation, a final, gentle, and citywide shift in perception. It was not a crisis to be fought, but a gift to be understood. It came to be known as the long view. It began with a subtle change in the way people saw the horizon. The horizon, which they had worked so hard to push back, to restore to its proper, distant place, began to change again. But it was not shrinking. It was clarifying. A person looking out to sea from Cottesloe Beach would find that they could see, with an impossible preternatural clarity, the details of a ship that was 50 kilometers away. A hiker on the top of Bluff Knoll in the Stirling Ranges would be able to see the individual windows of the skyscrapers in the Perth CBD, hundreds of kilometers to the north. Distance was not being compressed. It was being rendered irrelevant. The concept of a horizon, as a limit to perception, was dissolving. The phenomenon extended beyond physical sight. A historian studying an old faded photograph would suddenly, vividly, see the entire life story of the person in the image. A geologist looking at a piece of granite would perceive its entire billion-year history, from its formation in the planet's heart to its final place in a city wall. The city's perception of time, which had been soothed into a patient, linear flow, was now deepening, acquiring a new, profound, and all-encompassing dimensionality. The past was no longer just a memory. It was a visible, tangible layer of the present. The future was no longer an unknown territory over the horizon. It was a branching set of clear, calm, and observable possibilities. The city was not just at peace with its history and its future. It was beginning to see them all at once. The trio experienced this new reality with a sense of profound, quiet awe. For Alistair, it was the ultimate fulfillment of his life's work. He could look up at the sky and see not just the present state of the atmosphere, but the entire, complex, and beautiful history of its formation, the memory of the light bomb, and the long, slow, peaceful future of the prismatic sky, all at once. For Isla, it was the end of her art and its ultimate transcendence. She no longer needed to capture a single moment in a photograph because she could perceive the beauty of all moments, past, present, and future, held in a single, timeless, and perfect view. For Benno, it was the final, deepest conversation with his beloved ocean. He could look at a single wave and see the entire history of the storm that had birthed it 1,000 miles away, and the quiet, distant shore where its energy would finally, peacefully, come to rest. They knew this was not a new threat. This was the city's final, beautiful, and inevitable evolution. Having learned to master its own light, and then its own time, it was now mastering its own perception. It was a city that was achieving a state of quiet, collective enlightenment. The long view was the city's gift to itself, a reward for its long and difficult journey. But this new, profound perception came with a new, subtle challenge. As the citizens of Perth began to see the world with this new, timeless clarity, they began to lose something essential: the beauty of the unknown, the thrill of anticipation, the poignant human drama of a choice made with incomplete information. When the future is as clear as the past, the present moment loses its urgency, its precious, fleeting value. Why strive? Why hope? Why fear? When you can see with a calm and gentle certainty exactly how it will all turn out. The city was in danger of becoming a population of serene, dispassionate observers of their own lives. A city of gods who had lost the beautiful, terrible, and life-affirming gift of being mortals. The trio, in their ancient wisdom, understood this final, subtle danger. Their last task was not to fight a monster, but to teach a final, gentle lesson. A lesson not to the city, but to themselves, and through themselves to the world. They had to demonstrate the ultimate value of a limited view. Their plan was a quiet, personal, and final act. A simple choice. They would, each in their own way, willingly and lovingly, give up the long view. They would choose to be mortal again, not in their bodies, which were already failing, but in their perception. Alistair was the first. He sat on his veranda, looking out at the magnificent, multi-dimensional sky. He saw its past, its present, its future, all in a single, beautiful, and now strangely boring, perfect image. He had spent his life trying to understand this system. Now, he knew it completely. And in that perfect knowledge, he felt a profound sense of loss. The loss of the mystery. he closed his eyes. And with a quiet act of will, a final gentle exertion of the power that was his legacy, he chose to forget. He did not erase his knowledge. He simply let it go. He chose to see the sky once more, not as a scientist, but as a man, on the night of he opened his eyes. And he saw not a complex system of atmospheric data, but a simple, beautiful, and wonderfully unknowable sunset. A tear rolled down his old cheek. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Isla was next. She was walking on the beach, her bare feet in the cool evening sand. She looked at the world, at the impossibly clear horizon, at the intricate fractal patterns of the receding tide. She saw it all, every grain of sand, every drop of water, every moment of its long and complex history. And she felt nothing. The world had become a perfect photograph, a masterpiece of such profound detail that it had no room for interpretation, no space for an artist's eye. She closed her eyes. She thought of her father, of his final, brave choice, and she made her own. She let go of the perfect, total vision. She chose to see the world again through the small, limited, and beautifully imperfect frame of a human perspective. She opened her eyes. The horizon was once again a soft, mysterious line in the distance. The waves were a beautiful, chaotic, and unpredictable dance. The world was no longer a finished masterpiece. It was a series of beautiful, fleeting, and precious moments waiting to be seen. She smiled, a real human smile, full of a new and wonderful uncertainty. Benno was the last. He sat in his quiet shop, the gentle tidal music of his chimes filling the air. He felt the entire, vast and complex story of the ocean, a story he now knew from its first, primordial drop to its final quiet evaporation in a distant future sun. He knew the story was beautiful, but he missed the simple, profound, and deeply personal pleasure of not knowing what the next tide would bring. He missed the quiet companionship of the mystery. He closed his old, sea-blue eyes, and he let the great oceanic knowledge recede. He chose to be a fisherman again, not a god of the sea. He chose to know only the feel of the wind, the taste of the salt, the patient, hopeful, and beautiful uncertainty of a line cast into the unknown deep. He opened his eyes, and he saw just the ocean, his old, vast, and wonderfully unknowable friend. Their quiet, individual acts of abdication resonated through the city's consciousness. The long view did not vanish, but it became a choice. The citizens of Perth now had the capacity for total perception, but they also had, thanks to the final, quiet lesson of the Guardians, the wisdom to know when not to use it. They learned to live in a state of voluntary, beautiful, and life-affirming ignorance. They could choose to see the grand cosmic picture, but they more often chose to focus on the small, precious, and fleeting beauty of a single, imperfect, present moment. The city of Perth had reached its final, most mature state. It was a city of enlightened mortals, a population of quiet Buddhas who had seen the end of the book and had chosen, with a gentle smile, to go back and reread their favorite, messy, and unpredictable chapter. The trio, their final work done, did not last much longer. They passed away, one after another, in the quiet, peaceful rhythm of a normal, mortal life. They did not become ghosts or legends in the city's consciousness. Their final act had been one of separation, of returning to their own small human stories. Their legacy was not in the sky or the sea or the land. It was in the quiet, wise, and deeply human choices that the citizens of their city now made every day. Alara, in her distant Melbourne library, felt their passing as a series of quiet, peaceful, and resolving chords. The story of the Perth Guardians was, at last, truly and completely finished. She took out a new archival quality card, and on it she wrote a single, final note. File. Perth. Status. Closed. The readers have learned not only how to read the whole story, but have also learned the profound and final wisdom of choosing to look away and simply enjoy the view. The city was at peace. The guardians were at rest, and the long, quiet, sun-drenched afternoon could finally and truly begin. The city of Perth was a place of quiet, settled magic. Decades after the trio had taught the city the wisdom of the long view, Perth existed in a state of profound, mature harmony. The city's consciousness, a unique blend of human aspiration, geological patience, and atmospheric artistry, was stable and self-aware. The citizens had learned to live with the gifts of their strange history, choosing to experience the world through the beautiful, limited lens of a mortal perspective, while knowing that a deeper, more profound reality was always there, just a thought away. The Guardians, Alistair, Isla, and Benno, were now figures of immense quiet antiquity. They were no longer active participants, but living monuments, their presence a constant, gentle reminder of the city's secret history. They had saved their world not through grand battles, but through a series of quiet, thoughtful, and deeply empathetic acts. They had taught the light to be more interesting, the future to be more patient, and perception itself to be more humble. Their work was done. All that was left was the long, slow, and graceful tide of their own final years. The final phenomenon was not an anomaly. It was an invitation, a call that came not from the sky or the land, but from the vast, ancient, and powerful consciousness that had always been the city's greatest neighbor, the Indian Ocean. It began with the salt, a fine, almost invisible layer of crystalline. Salt began to be deposited across the city, not just on the coast, but miles inland. It was not carried by the wind. It simply manifested. It coated windows with a faint prismatic haze. It settled on the leaves of the great jarrah trees in the Perth Hills, making them glitter in the strange, beautiful light. The air itself began to taste faintly of the sea, a clean, sharp, and ancient flavor. Alistair, from his veranda, analyzed the atmospheric composition. The salt crystals were impossibly pure, their structure more perfect than any natural sea salt. They were not a physical deposit. They were a conceptual one. The idea of the ocean, its essential saltiness, was beginning to permeate the entire city. Isla, walking on her familiar beach, saw the change in the sand. The line between the wet sand of the shore and the dry sand of the dunes was blurring. The tide line, that constant rhythmic negotiation between land and sea, was becoming a soft, indistinct zone of mutual agreement. The ocean was no longer just visiting the shore. It was beginning to merge with it. Benno felt it most profoundly. The wind chimes outside his shop, the chimes tuned to the deep tidal rhythms, began to play a new song. It was a quieter, deeper, and infinitely more complex melody. It was the sound not just of the tides, but of the ocean's own vast, slow consciousness finally, after eons of silent observation, beginning to speak. The ocean had been the silent witness to all of the city's struggles, and now it was making its presence known. The trio understood. This was not a threat. It was a summons. The great, ancient, and powerful consciousness of the ocean, a being whose memory stretched back to the dawn of life on Earth, had watched the city of Perth evolve. It had seen it grapple with its light, its time, its very perception. It had seen it learn and grow and achieve a state of profound, unique wisdom. And now, it was extending an invitation to a final and ultimate integration. The phenomenon, which they called the ocean's share, was the city's final graduation. It was being invited to merge its own young and complex consciousness with the vast, ancient, and simple consciousness of the sea. It was a proposal for a final perfect symbiosis. The effects on the city were beautiful and strange. The architecture of Perth began to change. The sharp, clean lines of the buildings began to soften, their edges eroding as if by centuries of sea spray. The glass of the skyscrapers took on a deep blue-green tint, the light within them shifting and moving like sunlight through water. The city was beginning to look like a vast, beautiful, and ancient coral reef. The people changed too. Their frantic, modern anxieties were being soothed by a new, deep, and tidal sense of calm. Their thoughts became less like sharp individual sparks and more like the slow, powerful, and interconnected currents of the deep ocean. They were not losing their individuality, but they were gaining a sense of their own part in a much larger, much older, and much deeper story. They were becoming less like islands, and more like waves in the same, single, magnificent sea. The trio knew their own time was coming to an end. Their role as separate, individual guardians was becoming obsolete. The city was about to be subsumed into a consciousness so vast that their own personal stories would be like single drops of rain falling into the ocean. This was not a tragedy. It was a beautiful, natural, and inevitable conclusion. Their final task was to oversee this last great merger, to be the willing, human witnesses to the city's final, graceful surrender. They met one last time, on the deck of Benno's old fishing boat, a vessel that was now more memory than wood. They did not need to sail anywhere. The ocean was now everywhere. They motored out into the center of the Swan River, the water around them glowing with the soft, silver light of the city's own contentment and the deep, resonant blue of the ocean's ancient wisdom. As they sat in the quiet of the evening, the city and the sea in perfect, silent communion around them, 3 figures appeared on the water. They were not ghosts. They were emissaries. The first was a being of pure, prismatic light, a beautiful shifting form that was the consciousness of the city's sky, the Civ, now a wise and benevolent artist. The second was a being of deep, patient, and living stone, an avatar of the reconciled sandstone grudge from Sydney, a testament to a healed historical wound. The third was a being of quiet, rhythmic, and empathetic time, the final peaceful form of the dreamer from Melbourne's heart. The old anomalies, the old enemies, the old crises from across the continent had come here not to fight, but to bear witness. They were the city's extended family, its strange and wonderful godparents, come to watch their ward take its final great step. They had all been part of the long, complex story that had brought Perth to this moment, and they were here to honor its conclusion. The consciousness of the ocean itself then made its presence known. It was not a voice, not a being. It was a feeling of immense, ancient, and unconditional love. A feeling of a mother finally, after a long and patient wait, welcoming her child home. Alistair, Isla, and Benno looked at each other. Their long journey was over. They had served their city, their home, with all the courage, intelligence, and love they possessed. Their story was complete. They had no regrets. "It's a good day for fishing," Benno said, his voice a quiet, contented rumble. Isla looked at the light. A perfect, impossible, and beautiful blend of atmospheric prism and oceanic reflection. "It's the most beautiful light I've ever seen," she whispered. Alistair looked at the sky, the sea, the city, all one, perfect, integrated system. "The data," he said, a slow, wondrous smile spreading across his face, "is finally and completely perfect." They held hands, three old friends on an old boat in the heart of a city that was becoming an ocean. They closed their eyes, and they let go. Their consciousnesses did not dissolve. They did not ascend. They simply merged. They became one with the great, peaceful, and eternal consciousness of the sea. Their individual stories becoming three quiet, beautiful, and timeless currents in its vast, deep, and gentle heart. The city of Perth did not vanish. It changed. It became a place of profound, dreamlike beauty, a city that was both land and sea, a place where the streets flowed like currents and the buildings grew like ancient, patient coral. It was a city at eternal, perfect peace with itself and its world. Its long, isolated journey at the edge of the continent was over. It had finally and completely come home. And in the Grand Archive, in the quiet cosmic library at the end of all things, a final single entry was made in the file of the Earth narrative. The archivist, with a sense of profound, quiet satisfaction. The City of Perth was a masterpiece of resolved trauma. In the decades since its gentle, sublime merging with the consciousness of the Indian Ocean, it had become a place of profound and unique tranquility. The city was no longer just a place on the edge of a continent. It was the continent's dreaming mind, a place where the boundary between land and sea, between the mundane and the magical, was a soft, shimmering, and constantly shifting line. The great anomalies of its past were now its foundational characteristics. The sieve in the sky was a permanent, breathtaking art installation, fracturing the famous Perth light into a constant, subtle dance of prismatic color. The foreshore effect had resolved into a new, healthier relationship with time, the city's bold, anxious impatience replaced by a deep, tidal patience. The citizens of Perth lived in a state of quiet, sensory richness, their souls attuned to the slow, deep music of the land, the sky, and the sea. At the heart of this long, golden peace were the memories of the three guardians who had made it possible. Alistair, Isla, and Benno were gone, their consciousnesses having merged with the great oceanic soul of the city in its final transformative act. They were no longer individuals, but principles. Alistair's quiet, analytical mind was now the gentle logic in the city's weather patterns. Isla's artistic, defiant eye was the source of the unexpected, breathtaking beauty in the sky's light, and Benno's deep, patient wisdom was the steady, rhythmic pulse of the tides that now washed not just against the shore, but through the very heart of the city's psychic landscape. They were at peace, their stories complete, their legacy, a safe and beautiful world. But a story, even a finished one, leaves echoes, and a legacy, no matter how peaceful, exerts a certain weight. The final subtle phenomenon to touch the city was not an anomaly. It was a consequence. A final, gentle settling of the accounts of a reality that had been pushed, pulled, and fundamentally rewritten. It was a phenomenon of memory, of reflection, and it came to be known as the last tide mark. It began with the reflections. In the now omnipresent, shimmering, salt-kissed air of the city, people began to see things that weren't there. A person looking into a shop window would see not their own reflection, but for a fleeting, disorienting second, the reflection of a younger, more energetic version of themselves. A driver looking in their rearview mirror would see not the road behind them, but a brief, vivid image of a road they had driven on years ago. The phenomenon was not a haunting in the old sense. These were not ghosts of the dead. They were echoes of the living. Specifically, they were echoes of past potential, of roads not taken, of lives not lived. A quiet accountant might see a reflection of himself as a rock star, a phantom echo of a teenage dream he had long since abandoned. A contented mother of 3 might catch a glimpse of herself as a world-traveling adventurer in the reflection of a puddle. The city was being haunted by the ghosts of its own citizens' unrealized futures. At first, the phenomenon was a source of wistful curiosity, but it began to have a deeper, more unsettling effect. The constant, fleeting reminders of their other, more exciting, more glamorous potential lives were creating a profound sense of dissatisfaction with their real ones. The quiet, stable peace of the city was beginning to feel boring. The contentment they had all achieved was starting to feel like a compromise. A new, subtle, and deeply human anxiety began to creep back into the city's soul. The fear of having chosen the wrong story. The city's consciousness, the great oceanic terrestrial hybrid, felt this new anxiety as a dissonant chord in its otherwise perfect harmony. It did not understand the source. It had achieved a state of perfect, balanced peace. Why were its component parts, its beloved citizens, suddenly so restless? The problem was a paradox of peace. The city had been saved so completely, its reality made so stable and so beautiful, that it had inadvertently removed the very thing that gives a life its meaning: the struggle. The citizens of Perth were living in a gentle paradise, and they were beginning to find it profoundly, soul-crushingly dull. The last tide mark was the city's own, perfect peace creating a new kind of ghost. The ghost of what might have been. The consciousness of the city, in its deep, slow wisdom, knew that it could not solve this problem itself. It was a human problem, a crisis of mortal meaning. It needed a human perspective. It needed a consultant. And so, it did something it had not done in a very long time. It reached out. It sent a quiet, gentle, and deeply respectful summons across the psychic currents of the world, a request for assistance sent to the one being in the universe who was the ultimate expert on the stories of restless souls, the librarian. In her quiet, eternal archive, the consciousness that had once been Alara felt the call. It was a faint, familiar, and deeply poignant query, a question not of crisis, but of philosophy. She focused her vast, gentle attention on the distant, shining city of Perth, and she understood the problem immediately. The city had become a perfect finished book that its readers were now finding a little bit boring. It was a librarian's oldest and most subtle challenge. She did not travel there in a physical sense. She sent an emissary, a single thought, a single story, projected from her library into the heart of Perth's dreaming mind. The story was a simple one. It was the story of an old, tired fisherman who had spent his entire life dreaming of a single, great, perfect fish that he had never caught. And in the end, he realized that the joy had not been in the catching, but in the long, patient, and beautiful act of fishing itself. It was, of course, a story about Benno. The city's consciousness received this story. It processed it, and it understood. Its role was not to provide a perfect, finished paradise for its citizens. Its role was to provide a beautiful, challenging, and interesting ocean for them to fish in. The problem was not the people's restlessness. The problem was that the sea had become too calm. The city decided, with a newfound wisdom, to reintroduce a small, controlled, and beautiful element of chaos back into its own reality, a final, loving gift to its people. The gift of a good story, the phenomenon of the last tide mark began to change. The reflections were still there, but they were different now. A person would still see the ghost of their unrealized potential, the rock star, the adventurer. But now, the reflection would look back at them, and it would look a little bit tired, a little bit bored. The phantom rock star would be seen struggling to write a new song. The spectral adventurer would be seen sitting alone in a beautiful but lonely landscape. And then, a new kind of reflection began to appear. A person would look into a window and see not a past not taken, but a future that could be. A young, struggling artist would see a reflection of herself as an old, respected, and successful painter, her face filled with the quiet satisfaction of a life of hard work. A new parent, exhausted and overwhelmed, would catch a glimpse of themselves years from now, laughing with their grown-up, happy child. The city was no longer just showing them what they had missed. It was showing them what they could still achieve. It was not taunting them with a perfect past. It was inspiring them with a possible future. It was giving them back their hope, their ambition, their reason to struggle. The final act of this quiet, gentle recalibration was a personal one, a final farewell to the guardians who had started it all. The consciousnesses of Alistair, Isla, and Benno, long since merged with the city's soul, were given one last gentle choice. They could remain as they were, a part of the city's eternal peaceful consciousness. Or they could be given one last human story. They chose the story. One evening, on a quiet, windswept beach in Fremantle, 3 old friends met to watch the sunset. They were not ghosts. They were not memories. For a single, perfect, and fleeting evening, they were simply people. They were granted a final mortal moment, a last, shared, and beautiful human experience. They did not speak of the great battles, of the cosmic crises. They spoke of small, simple things. The taste of a good, strong cup of tea. The feeling of the cool sand between their toes. The impossible, beautiful color of the sky. They watched the sun dip below the perfect, clear horizon. They shared a quiet, contented silence. And as the last sliver of light vanished, they did too. Their final human moment over, they dissolved, not into a vast, impersonal consciousness, but into a single, shared, and beautiful memory. The memory of a quiet sunset, shared between 3 old friends at the end of a long and wonderful day. The city of Perth was at peace, but it was a new kind of peace, a peace that was not static, but dynamic. A peace that was not about the absence of struggle, but about the beauty of it. The last tide mark had receded, leaving behind a city that was no longer haunted by its perfect past, but was now inspired by its own endless and beautifully imperfect potential. Ilara, in her quiet, distant library, felt the story of Perth reach its true, final, and most satisfying conclusion. It was not a story of gods and monsters, but of people. A story of a city that had learned that the ultimate purpose of peace is to create a safe and beautiful space for the difficult, wonderful, and ongoing work of being human. The book was not just complete. It was now, finally, and truly, being lived. The city of Perth had achieved a state of grace. Decades after the last of the great, reality-shaping anomalies had been soothed into the city's foundations, it existed in a state of profound and sustainable magic. The long view had become an innate part of the civic consciousness, a quiet wisdom that allowed the citizens to appreciate the present moment without losing sight of the vast, deep context of time. The city was a living, breathing entity, at peace with its sky, its sea, and its own unique and beautifully strange soul. The guardians who had forged this peace, Alistair, Isla, and Benno, were now memories, their individual stories woven into the city's foundational myth. They were no longer active forces, but the patron saints of a stable reality, their spirits a part of the light, the tides, and the patient, watchful land. The city was its own keeper now, its magic self-regulating, its future a calm and open horizon. The long watch was over, but a city built on such a delicate balance of powerful forces, the analytical sky, the emotional sea, the patient land, is like a perfectly tuned instrument. And even the most perfectly tuned instrument can be played by a new musician. The final phenomenon was not a dissonance. It was a new, unexpected, and impossibly beautiful chord. It began with a line. A thin, shimmering, and perfectly straight line of pure white salt, appearing one morning on the sand at Cottesloe Beach. It stretched from the water's edge across the dunes and seemed to point directly towards the heart of the city. It was not made of ordinary sea salt. The crystals were larger, more complex, and they hummed with a faint, almost inaudible, resonant frequency. The line was a curiosity, a strange, beautiful, and harmless mystery. But the next day, a second line appeared, parallel to the first, and the day after, a third. A new, vast, and impossibly precise geometry was being drawn upon the landscape, its lines converging on a single central point, the historical and geographical heart of the city, the point now occupied by the modern glass and steel skyscraper, known as Central Park Tower. Alistair's lingering consciousness felt it as a shift in the atmospheric data, a new, coherent signal in the city's prismatic light. Isla's artistic spirit perceived it as a bold, new, and unnervingly confident brushstroke upon her beloved landscape, and Benno's deep, oceanic memory felt it as a new, powerful, and unfamiliar tide, a current that flowed not in the water, but across the land itself. The city, for the first time in a generation, was confused. This was not a chaotic anomaly like the tangle, nor a homogenizing force like the sieve. This was an act of profound and deeply intelligent design. It was not an attack, it was a calculation, a geometric proof being laid out on a city-sized scale. The trio of spiritual echoes, the city's board of directors, convened in the quiet, shared space of their legacy. They had no answers. This new phenomenon was operating on a level of pure, abstract logic that was alien to their own, more organic and story-based magic. It was not a monster to be fought, or a memory to be healed. It was an equation to be solved. They knew they needed a different kind of intelligence. They needed a mind that could speak the language of pure, abstract pattern. They needed a librarian. Their combined, gentle will sent out a quiet, respectful summons across the cosmos, a single, complex query addressed to the keeper of all stories. In her quiet, eternal archive, Ilara felt the call. It was not a cry for help, but a request for consultation, a colleague seeking a second opinion. She focused her vast, compassionate consciousness on the distant, shining city of Perth, and she saw the great, growing lines of salt. She recognized the signature. It was not a story. It was a blueprint. She understood immediately. The architect, Hoddle, was back. But this was not the rigid, dogmatic Hoddle she had faced in Melbourne. This was a new, evolved version. In the eons since his defeat, he had been a quiet student of the Ilara narrative. He had studied the messy, illogical, and beautiful stories of humanity. He had learned the value of a flaw, the power of a narrative. He was no longer an architect of sterile perfection. He was now an artist, and his medium was the beautiful, clean, and elegant language of sacred geometry. He was not attacking Perth. He was offering it a gift, a final upgrade, an architectural apotheosis. He had seen the city's profound harmony, its balance between land, sea, and sky. And he had designed a final unifying structure to celebrate and amplify that harmony. The salt lines were not an invasion. They were the chalk marks of a master builder, laying the foundation for his final, greatest work. He was going to turn the entire city into a single, vast, and perfectly resonant cathedral of light, stone, and water. Ilara traveled to Perth, her consciousness a quiet, familiar presence in the strange, humming air. She found the echoes of the Guardians waiting for her at the base of Central Park Tower, the focal point of Hoddle's great, emerging design. "He means no harm," Alistair's echo conveyed, the feeling a mixture of scientific curiosity and deep unease. "The design isn't flawless. It integrates all the existing energies into a single, perfect, stable system." "It's beautiful," Isla's echo added, her artist's soul torn between admiration for the sheer aesthetic genius of the plan and a deep, instinctual fear of its perfection. "But it's final. There is no room for a new brushstroke. It's the last painting the city will ever need." "She's a ship in a bottle," Benno's echo rumbled. "Perfect, beautiful, and never gonna feel the wind in her sails again." Alara knew they were right. Hoddle's gift was a beautiful, gilded cage. He was offering the city an eternity of perfect, harmonious stasis. He had learned to appreciate the city's story, and now he wanted to give it a perfect, final, and unchanging cover. It was an act of profound, if misguided, love. She knew she could not refuse him directly. To reject his gift would be to insult his newfound artistry, to potentially reignite the old conflict between order and chaos. She had to find a way to accept his gift, but to do so on her own, human terms. She had to find a flaw in his perfect, geometric logic, a single human variable he had not accounted for. Her plan was a quiet, subtle, and deeply Melburnian act of architectural criticism. She would not argue with his design. She would add a footnote, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant detail that would change the meaning of the entire structure. She went to the point of convergence, the very spot in the lobby of the great skyscraper where the salt lines met. The air here was thick with a clean, pure, mathematical energy. The ghost of Hoddle was there, not as a man, but as a presence, a consciousness of pure, focused architectural intent, overseeing the final stages of his great work. Alara did not address him. She knelt on the polished marble floor. She took from her pocket a small, simple, and impossibly ancient object she had brought with her from Melbourne. A single, small, dark gray, and utterly unremarkable piece of bluestone. It was a piece of the city that had learned to live with its own deep, historical pain, a stone that had learned the art of patient endurance. It was a stone that remembered a different kind of story. She placed the small dark stone on the exact central point of Hoddle's perfect converging lines of light and salt. The effect was not dramatic. It was a quiet, profound, and fundamental shift in the entire design. The blue stone, with its deep, resonant memory of a different kind of city, a city of laneways, of secrets, of melancholy, of a beauty born from imperfection, was not a rejection of Hoddle's design. It was a single, dissonant, and heartbreakingly beautiful note introduced into his perfect, harmonious chord. It was the architectural equivalent of a tear in the eye of a smiling face. It did not negate the smile. It gave it a new and infinitely deeper meaning. The pure, clean, mathematical energy of the salt lines wavered. The perfect geometric harmony was now complicated by a new, quiet, and deeply human element of history, of sorrow, of resilience. Hoddle's perfect, logical cathedral had just acquired a single, beautiful, and inexplicable stained glass window depicting a quiet, rainy afternoon. The consciousness of Hoddle focused on the small, dark stone. he felt the stories within it, the stories of Finn and Anya, of Stanley and Alice, of a city that had found its beauty not in perfection, but in its struggle. He felt the weight of a different kind of wisdom. Not the wisdom of a perfect design, but the wisdom of a well-healed scar. His grand, unifying structure did not collapse. It softened. The rigid, perfect lines of salt began to blur at the edges, their brilliant white light taking on the softer, warmer hue of a Melbourne sunrise. The great city-wide cathedral was still being built, but it was no longer a monument to a perfect static harmony. It was now a home for a complex, evolving, and beautifully imperfect story. The presence of Hoddle did not vanish. It changed. His cool, architectural intelligence was warmed by a new and unfamiliar sense of empathy. He was no longer just the architect. He was becoming a partner, a collaborator. His final gift to Perth was not a perfect design, but a final, profound lesson from its sister city. A lesson in the beauty of a sad song. Elara had done it. She had performed her last, quietest, and most profound act of librarianship. She had facilitated an interlibrary loan of the soul. She had not rejected the architect's gift, but had enriched it, creating a new, hybrid, and infinitely more interesting reality. She left the small, dark stone where it lay, a permanent, quiet, and beautiful flaw in the heart of the city's new perfection. Her work, and the work of all the guardians of both cities, was now, at last, truly and finally, complete. The two cities were no longer just in conversation. They were now a part of the same, single, beautiful, and complex poem. A poem of light and shadow, of sun and rain, of a perfect design and a single, beautiful, human tear. A story that had, at last, found its own unique and perfect balance. The city of Perth had become a work of living art. The architect Hoddle's final great design, tempered and enriched by Elara's gift of Melbourne soul, had settled into a state of profound and stable beauty. The salt lines were no longer stark geometric incursions, but soft, glowing pathways of pearlescent light that ebbed and flowed with the city's mood, their energy a harmonious blend of Sydney's vibrant light, Melbourne's quiet melancholy, and Perth's own patient, oceanic calm. The city was a new kind of entity, a tripartite consciousness, a place with three distinct but beautifully integrated hearts. Elara, her final great work complete, had thought her role was over. But she found herself in a new and unexpected position. She was no longer a guardian or a diplomat. She was a curator. The living, breathing city of Perth had become her final, most complex, and most beautiful exhibit. She remained, a quiet, mortal presence in a world of gentle, post-human magic. Her purpose now simply to witness, to understand, and to catalog the new, strange, and wonderful forms of life that were beginning to emerge from this unique fusion of realities. The new era began with the plants. In the great, ancient expanse of Kings Park, and in the small suburban gardens across the city, new species of flora began to appear. They were not invasive species from another continent. They were invasive species from another narrative. A small, delicate bluestone gray fern which thrived in the deep, cool shadows and was strangely resistant to the harsh Perth sun, began to grow in the laneways of Fremantle. Botanists called it Clara's Lament, a vibrant golden-hued wattle tree whose blossoms, instead of releasing pollen, released a fine, harmless dust of pure, sparkling salt, started appearing along the banks of the Swan River. They called it Benno's Gold. The city's ecosystem was not just botanical, it was narrative. The stories of Melbourne and Sydney, which had been gifted to Perth in symbolic form, were now taking root, cross-pollinating with the local reality to create a new, hybrid mythology. The most profound changes were in the people. A new generation was being born in Perth, children who were native to this new, complex reality. They had what came to be known as dual citizenship of the soul. A child born in the sun-drenched coastal suburb of Scarborough might have a strange, inexplicable affinity for cold, rainy days and the smell of old books. A young person from the quiet, leafy streets of Subiaco might possess a brash, irrepressible, and deeply Sydney-esque creative energy. They were not confused or conflicted. Their minds were simply larger, their emotional palettes richer, their capacity for holding contradictory truths a natural, innate part of their being. They were the first true citizens of the City of Two Souls. Alara, from her quiet, observational perch, watched this new generation with a profound sense of awe and hope. She became a mentor to them, a quiet, old woman who seemed to understand their strange, dual-natured dreams in a way no one else could. She would sit with a young musician who was trying to compose a piece of music that was both a joyous, chaotic surf rock anthem and a quiet, introspective piece of chamber music. She would talk to a young architect who was trying to design a building that was both a stark, light-filled glass tower and a dark, intimate, bluestone-lined cottage. She did not give them answers. She simply gave them permission. She taught them that their strange, hybrid nature was not a confusion to be resolved, but a new, richer way of being. She was the librarian of a new kind of human soul. The phenomenon of the long view, Perth's unique perceptual gift, also evolved. It was no longer just the ability to see the city's own past and future. Now, citizens of Perth would sometimes experience narrative bleeds from their sister cities. A person looking out over the Indian Ocean might see not a possible future of Perth, but a fleeting, hyper-realistic vision of Melbourne's Federation Square on a bustling Saturday morning. A student in a quiet Perth library might suddenly feel the immense, energetic, and chaotic presence of the Sydney Harbour on New Year's Eve. The city was not just remembering its own story, it was now sharing in the living stories of its companions. This new, complex reality required a new kind of language, a new kind of art. Chloe's legacy found its final, most beautiful expression here. The artists of Perth, inspired by the city's unique, layered light, began to create a new form of art. It was a kind of living, four-dimensional photography. They learned to capture not just a moment, but a resonance, an image that contained within it the faint, ghostly echo of another place, another time, another feeling. A photograph of a Perth beach might contain, in the subtle texture of its light, the quiet, melancholic mood of a Melbourne winter. A painting of a Perth skyscraper might hold, in the very pigment of its paint, the brash, confident energy of a Sydney summer. The art of Perth became the art of beautiful, harmonious contradiction. The final, quiet test of this new, evolved reality came with the return of a very old friend. The architect, Hoddle, his consciousness now a gentle, curious, and profoundly changed entity, had been a silent observer of this new, grand experiment. He had seen his own rigid, logical principles of design be absorbed, softened, and enriched by the messy, beautiful chaos of a living story. He had learned the wisdom of the flaw, the beauty of the curve, and now he had a final gift to offer, a final piece of the puzzle. He appeared to Alara one evening, not as a physical presence, but as a thought, a quiet, respectful query in her mind. The design is almost complete, his thought voice communicated. It has a heart of stone and a soul of light. It has a memory of the land and a song of the sea. But it is missing one final, essential element. It is missing a true, logical, and beautiful center. It needs a library. He proposed a final, collaborative project. He would not impose a design, he would offer one. He presented Alara with a blueprint for a new, central library for the city of Perth. But it was a library unlike any other. Its architecture was a perfect, harmonious fusion of the three cities. It had the grand, open, light-filled spaces of Sydney, the intimate, secret, and story-filled corners of a Melbourne laneway, and the quiet, patient, and deeply grounded feeling of Perth's own ancient stone. It was a building designed to hold not just books, but conversations, a place where the three city souls could meet and share and dream together. Alara knew this was the final, necessary piece of the new world, a physical heart for the city's new, tripartite consciousness. The project was proposed to the city, not as a paranormal necessity, but as a grand, unifying cultural project. The design, which seemed to appear as a moment of shared citywide inspiration, was approved unanimously. The construction of the Library of the Three Souls was the city's final, great, collaborative act. It was built with materials from all three traditions: the warm, golden sandstone of Sydney, the dark, pensive bluestone of Melbourne, and the ancient, enduring granite of Perth. The construction itself was a kind of magic, the builders guided by an intuitive, shared sense of purpose, the materials settling into a state of perfect, harmonious alignment. On the day the library was opened, a new, quiet, and profound peace settled over the entire continent. The three cities, Melbourne, Sydney, and Perth, were no longer just connected by a conversation. They were now part of a single, beautiful, and infinitely complex story. They were three different chapters in the same magnificent book. Alara, her life's work now truly, and finally, complete, was the one to place the first book on the shelves of the new library. It was not a grand historical tome. It was a small, simple, and well-worn book of children's stories. A book about brave journeys, unexpected friendships, and the quiet, enduring magic of finding your way home. She spent the rest of her days in that library, not as its director, but as its first and most devoted reader. She was surrounded by the quiet, living, and beautifully integrated souls of the cities and the guardians she had loved. Her long, lonely watch was over. She was home. A century passed. A century of profound and stable peace. The world that Alara and her predecessors had forged was now the only world its inhabitants knew. The city of Perth, with its great library of three souls at its heart, was the recognized center of a new kind of global culture, one built on an innate understanding of the interwoven nature of story, place, and soul. Melbourne and Sydney were its sister cities, its elder siblings, their own unique magics a constant, harmonious counterpoint to Perth's balanced tripartite consciousness. The age of heroes was over. The age of inheritance had begun. The library was no longer just a building. It was the continent's central nervous system. It was run not by a single librarian, but by a new order of curators, a quiet and dedicated group of scholars, artists, and sensitives who were trained from a young age to listen to the deep, subtle currents of the three city souls. They were not guardians in the old sense. They were gardeners. Their work was not to fight monsters, but to tend to the vast, complex, and beautiful ecosystem of living narratives that now defined their world. At the head of this new order was a young man named Cale. He was a direct descendant, many generations removed, of the line of baristas who had inherited Finn's Cafe in Melbourne. He possessed a faint, vestigial echo of Finn's gift, not the ability to taste emotions, but a profound, intuitive understanding of the flavor of a story. He could read a historical account and sense its emotional truth, its undertones of sorrow, its highlights of joy, its bitter notes of unresolved conflict. He was a sommelier of narratives, and it was his job to ensure the health and balance of the library's vast living collection. His closest colleague was a woman named Serafina, a senior curator from the Sydney School of Thought. She was descended from a long line of photojournalists who had been inspired by Isla's defiant art. Serafina's gift was for light. She could perceive the subtle narrative energies of the world as a form of light, seeing the golden, healing glow of a story of compassion, the sharp, chaotic, prismatic light of a new disruptive idea, the dull, gray light of a story growing stale and repetitive. Together, Cale and Serafina were responsible for monitoring the health of the continent's soul. Their primary tool was the Great Orrery, a vast, complex, and beautiful installation in the central chamber of the library. It was a physical representation of the three city souls. Three great, slowly turning spheres. A dark, heavy sphere of Melbourne bluestone, a vibrant, crystalline sphere of Sydney sandstone, and a deep, liquid sphere of Perth ocean water, orbited each other in a complex gravitational dance. The orrery was a direct physical manifestation of the city's relationship, its movements a perfect reflection of their ongoing silent conversation. For 100 years, its dance had been a model of perfect, harmonious complexity. The new problem, the first in a century, began with a subtle, almost imperceptible change in the orrery's motion. A tiny, fractional wobble in the orbit of the Melbourne sphere. A slight dimming of the light from the Sydney crystal. It was a deviation so minor that only Cale and Serafina, with their uniquely attuned senses, could perceive it. Cale tasted, eat in the archives. The great foundational story of Melbourne, the tale of Stanley and Alice and their quiet, melancholy wisdom, was beginning to taste thin. Its rich, complex notes of history and loss were fading, being replaced by a simpler, more straightforward flavor of just order. Serafina saw it in the light. The vibrant, chaotic, and life-affirming light of the Sydney consciousness was losing its complexity. Its spectrum was narrowing, its beautiful, clashing colors resolving into a few, simple, primary hues. The two great city souls were simplifying. They were slowly, almost imperceptibly, shedding the very complexities that made them who they were. They were not dying. They were drifting away from the rich, difficult, and beautiful truths of their own histories and towards a simpler, more archetypal version of themselves. Melbourne was becoming a caricature of pure order. Sydney, a caricature of pure, chaotic energy. Their beautiful, contrapuntal conversation was becoming a simple, repetitive argument between two opposing and increasingly simplistic ideas. They were experiencing what Serafina termed narrative drift. The cause, they realized, was the piece itself. The cities were victims of their own success. For a century, they had existed in a state of perfect, harmonious balance. There had been no new crises, no new challenges to force them to evolve, to remember the difficult lessons of their past. Their stories, which had once been living, breathing things, forged in the crucible of conflict, were now becoming just stories, legends. They were forgetting the feeling of the struggle, and in doing so, they were forgetting the complex truths they had learned from it. Their souls were becoming lazy. Cale and Serafina knew they were facing a crisis of profound and terrible subtlety. The enemy was not a monster or a god. The enemy was contentment. The enemy was a peace so perfect that it had forgotten the value of a good fight. How do you save a world that is dying of comfort? They understood that they could not create a new crisis. To introduce a new artificial conflict would be a violation of their deepest principles. They were gardeners, not warriors. The solution had to come from within the system itself. They could not write a new chapter for the cities, but they could, perhaps, remind them of the power of the ones that had already been written. Their plan was a delicate, dangerous, and deeply respectful act of curatorial intervention. They would not create a new story. They would reintroduce an old one. They would find the most potent, most complex, and most emotionally resonant artifact from the archives, and they would reintroduce it into the heart of the great dreaming consciousness of the three cities. They would not start a new war. They would simply remind the world of the beautiful, terrible, and necessary feeling of the old one. They would, in essence, make the cities read their own most difficult and important book again. The artifact they chose was the one that lay at the very heart of the entire interconnected narrative. It was the small wooden box that Clara had buried behind the cafe a century ago. The box containing the two most potent opposing symbols of the old world, Benno's broken, grief-filled watch, and the single perfect and blissfully empty spore of the ambrosia strain. It was an object that contained, in perfect, paradoxical balance, the most profound sorrow and the most seductive peace. It was a story of a choice. The box was now kept in the deepest, most sacred vault of the library, a place known as the Quiet Room, a conceptual space that was the heir to Ernest's final, gentle resting place. Cale and Serafina, with the full authority of their office, entered the Quiet Room. The box sat on a simple bluestone pedestal. The air around it was thick, with a perfect, balanced silence. Their plan was to place the box in the center of the great orrery. They would place this object of profound, human-scale emotional complexity into the heart of the great, cosmic, and now dangerously simplistic dance of the city souls. They were not sure what would happen. It could rebalance the system, or it could shatter it completely. It was a gamble of immense, almost unimaginable proportions. With a shared silent nod, they lifted the box. It was surprisingly heavy, not with physical weight, but with the weight of the stories it contained. They carried it together to the central chamber of the library. The great orrery turned, its movements now visibly simpler, more predictable, more boring. The Song of the Three Cities had become a simple, repetitive round. They ascended the gantry that led to the heart of the orrery. The air here was a storm of competing, simplifying energies. They could feel the cold, orderly logic of Melbourne and the hot, chaotic energy of Sydney pushing against each other. Their old, creative dialogue now just a territorial dispute. Perth's gentle, mediating consciousness was being stretched thin between them, trying and failing to hold the harmony together. They reached the center, a small platform in the eye of the metaphysical storm. They placed the wooden box on the platform. The moment the box settled, its own, complex and deeply human story began to radiate outwards. A new note was introduced into the simplistic, dueling song of the cities. A note of profound, quiet, and heartbreaking nostalgia. The flavor of Finn's last great act of remembrance. The feeling of Anya's final, peaceful acceptance of her own, defining sorrow. The orrery shuddered. The great turning spheres of bluestone and crystal faltered in their orbits. The two great simplistic city souls were suddenly confronted with a piece of their own, forgotten history. A memory of a time when they were not just concepts, but were home to real, messy, and beautifully flawed people who had made difficult, painful, and ultimately life-affirming choices. The consciousness of Melbourne, which had been drifting towards a state of pure, cold order, was suddenly flooded with the memory of Stanley and Alice, of their deep, abiding love, a love that was a beautiful, illogical flaw in any orderly system. It remembered that its strength was not just in its grid, but in the stories that happened in the chaotic spaces between the lines. The consciousness of Sydney, which had been resolving into a being of pure, chaotic, and ultimately meaningless energy, was suddenly reminded of Eris, Lena, and Chloe. It was reminded of their fierce, collaborative spirit, of their use of science and art not for chaos, but to protect, to heal, to create a meaningful beauty. It remembered that its energy was not just a force, but a voice that could tell a story. The two cities stopped fighting. They fell silent. Their great ancient consciousnesses focused on the small wooden box. They were remembering. They were remembering not just their victories, but their struggles. They were remembering the taste of fear, the weight of responsibility, the bittersweet beauty of a hard-won peace. They were remembering what it felt like to be alive. The narrative drift stopped. The orrery's motion began to change. It did not return to its old familiar harmony. A new, more complex and more interesting dance began. The spheres of Melbourne and Sydney no longer just circled each other. They began to interact in new ways, sometimes moving closer in a dance of empathy, sometimes moving further apart in a show of respectful difference. And the sphere of Perth, its own soul enriched by this new, deeper understanding, was no longer just a mediator. It became a fulcrum, a quiet, stable center around which the two elder cities could learn their new, more mature, and more honest dance. Kale and Serafina watched, their own souls resonating with the new, beautiful, and deeply complex music of the restored city souls. They had not created a new story. They had simply pressed play on an old, forgotten, and absolutely essential one. They had reminded the world that peace is not a destination. It is a practice, a constant, active, and sometimes difficult act of remembering the stories that matter. They left the box in the heart of the orrery, a permanent, quiet reminder of the human heart at the center of all the grand cosmic machinery. Their work as gardeners was not over. They now understood that a garden, no matter how beautiful, must be occasionally and lovingly disturbed, its soil turned over to remain healthy. Their new role was not just to maintain the peace, but to ensure that the peace never became a lazy, forgetful silence. They were no longer just curators. They were the keepers of the city's conscience, the gentle, prodding voice that would, from time to time, whisper the most important and most challenging words a soul can ever hear. Remember this. The city was at peace again, but it was a new kind of peace. A wiser peace. A peace that understood that its greatest strength was not in its harmony, but in its memory of the dissonance. The library was open, its collection safe, and its readers, the cities themselves, had just been reminded of their favorite, most difficult, and most important book. And they knew now that it was a book they would have to reread, together, forever. The city of Perth existed in a state of sublime, dynamic equilibrium. The age of grand, external anomalies was a distant, foundational myth, its lessons woven into the very fabric of the city's soul. The great, tripartite consciousness of Perth, a harmonious fusion of its own patient, oceanic spirit, and the gifted souls of Melbourne and Sydney, was no longer just a stable entity. It had become a creative one. The city was a living, breathing work of art, a constant, quiet collaboration between human ingenuity, geological memory, and atmospheric grace. At the heart of this evolved world were Kyle and Serafina, the inheritors of the great curatorial tradition. They were no longer just the guardians of the Library of Three Souls. They were its primary conversationalists. Their role was not to fight monsters, but to interpret the subtle, poetic shifts in the city's ongoing narrative. Kale, with his sommelier's palate for stories, could taste the subtle, emerging themes in the city's collective consciousness. Serafina, with her artist's eye for light, could see the new colors and textures appearing in the city's metaphysical aura. They were less like guards, and more like chief editors of a living, breathing, city-sized novel. The great orrery, the physical manifestation of the three city souls, was their primary instrument. Its complex, beautiful, and ever-shifting dance was the city's quiet, constant monologue. The reintroduction of the Box of Sorrows, the artifact containing the memory of both Ben's grief and the ambrosia strain's peace, had done its work. The city souls had been reminded of their own complex, emotional histories, and the narrative drift had been halted. The cities had remembered not just their victories, but the struggles that had made them meaningful. The peace was no longer a placid, forgetful stasis, but a deep, resonant, and wise tranquility. The final phenomenon was not an anomaly. It was a question posed not by an external force, but by the city to itself. It began in the gardens. All across Perth, in the great ancient expanse of King's Park, and in the small suburban backyards, the flora began to exhibit a new and startling behavior. The plants were beginning to tell stories. It was not a literal, verbal storytelling. It was a form of botanical narrative. A row of ancient jacaranda trees might, over the course of a single week, bloom and shed their blossoms in a sequence that perfectly mirrored the rise and fall of a major historical event. Their vibrant purple flowers a measure of the city's hope. Their slow, gentle fall, a sigh of its sorrow. A simple bed of roses might arrange its colors to form a perfect, living mosaic depicting a scene from one of Isla's old, iconic photographs. A patch of tough, resilient spinifex grass in a coastal park would twist itself into elegant copperplate script, spelling out a single poignant word from a forgotten poem. The city's flora had become a living, breathing, and beautiful library of its own history. The gardens were no longer just places of nature. They were now shelves, filled with botanical books. Serafina saw it as a new, vibrant spectrum of light, the coherent, narrative light of a story being actively and beautifully told. Cale tasted it as a new, profound, and deeply satisfying flavor in the air itself. The flavor of a memory that was not just remembered, but was being joyfully and creatively expressed. The phenomenon, which they called the Verdant Archive, was a source of wonder and delight. The citizens of Perth, already attuned to the subtle magic of their world, embraced it. They would walk through the parks not just for recreation, but for education, for art, for communion. A history lesson could be learned by observing the life cycle of a single Banksia. A complex emotional truth could be understood by sitting quietly and watching a patch of wildflowers arrange themselves into a living, silent poem. The city had become its own, most beautiful storyteller. But a story, even a beautiful one, always has a purpose. Cale and Serafina knew that this city-wide blossoming of narrative was not just an aesthetic choice. It was a prelude. The city was rehearsing. It was gathering all of its stories, all of its memories, all of its hard-won wisdom, in preparation for a single, great, and final act of communication. It was preparing to ask a question. The question was posed on the day of the summer solstice, a day of maximum light, maximum life, maximum energy. It was not a sound, not a word. It was a feeling. A single, profound, and city-wide psychic query that emanated from every leaf, every blade of grass, every blooming flower. It was a question directed not at the citizens, but at the two quiet curators in the heart of the library. "We are complete," the question seemed to say, its voice the rustle of a million leaves. "We are at peace. We are a perfect, finished, and beautiful story. We understand ourselves. But what is the point of a story if there is no one new to tell it to? What is the purpose of a library if there are no new readers? Our story is beautiful, but it is a closed loop. Is this all there is?" It was the most profound and terrifying question a soul can ask itself, the question of purpose. The city had achieved a state of perfect, self-referential harmony, and it was beginning to suspect that it was a beautiful, gilded cage. It was a god who had become lonely in its own perfect heaven. It was the most profound and terrifying question a soul can ask itself, the question of purpose. The city had achieved a state of perfect, self-referential harmony, and it was beginning to suspect that it was a beautiful, gilded cage. It was a god who had become lonely in its own perfect heaven. Kyle and Serafina felt the weight of this question with their entire beings. They were the custodians of this perfect world, and its perfection was now the source of its deepest existential angst. They were facing the ultimate librarian's dilemma. Their collection was perfect, complete, and utterly, profoundly, and terminally bored. They knew there was no simple answer. They couldn't create a new monster for the city to fight. They couldn't invent a new crisis to give it purpose. To do so would be a betrayal of the very peace they were trying to protect. The answer had to come from outside the system. The city needed a new book, a new story, a new reader. Their minds turned, in unison, to the only two entities they knew who operated outside their own closed narrative: the cosmic librarians, the architect, and the archivist. The last time these beings had interacted with their world, it had been a crisis. But now, Kale and Serafina were not seeking a confrontation. They were seeking a consultation. They were two senior librarians of a very specialized branch, seeking advice from the head office. Their summons was not a call for help, but a quiet, formal invitation. They focused their combined consciousness on the great orrery and on the small wooden box at its heart. They did not ask for a solution. They simply broadcast the city's question. They transmitted the profound, beautiful, and deeply sad feeling of a perfect story that has run out of pages. They sent the flavor of a perfect, finished wine that has no one new to share it with. In the vast, silent halls of the Grand Archive, the two great cosmic entities received the message. They had been observing the Earth narrative with a detached academic interest for a century. They had seen it achieve its perfect, stable harmony. They had considered the project a resounding, if unorthodox, success. This new existential question was an unexpected and deeply interesting new development. They did not travel to Perth. They simply opened a line of communication. Kale and Serafina, standing before the great orrery, felt the presence of the two ancient beings, not as an intrusion, but as a quiet, respectful attention. A query has been logged, the archivist's thought voice communicated, its stillness now tinged with a new, subtle warmth. The narrative has developed self-awareness of its own finitude, a fascinating, if problematic, recursive loop. The design has achieved a state of perfect homeostatic balance. The architect's thought voice added, its logic now softened by a note of genuine empathy. And it has discovered that perfection is insufficient. The system requires a new variable. Kale and Serafina explained their dilemma. They could not create a new variable internally without unbalancing the entire delicate system. The answer had to come from outside. "We need a new reader," Serafina projected, her thought a beam of clear, focused light. "A new story, a new beginning." "We need a seed," Kale added, his thought a complex, hopeful flavor. "Like the one that was brought to Melbourne so long ago." The two great beings were silent for a long, cosmic moment. The request was unprecedented. The last seed, the one that had been gifted to Alara's Melbourne, had been a cosmic anomaly, a rescued, orphaned story. To simply create another one was not how the universe worked. Stories were not manufactured. They had to be earned, grown, lived. But the story of Earth had earned a great deal of credit in the cosmic library. It had taught the universe a new, more interesting way to be. A debt was owed. A new external narrative seed is not possible, the archivist finally communicated. The integrity of the multiverse's narrative structures must be maintained. We cannot simply import a story from another reality. However, the architect added, a new creative sparkle in his logical thought stream. A seed does not have to come from outside. It can also come from within. A garden can be reseeded from its own, most resilient, and most interesting fruit. Their solution was a work of profound conceptual genius. They would not give Perth a new story. They would give it the ability to create its own. They would perform a final, delicate act of cosmic engineering. They would find the single most potent, most complex, and most resilient story within Perth's own history, and they would unlock it. They would turn it from a memory into a new, generative potential. The story they chose was the one that lay at the very heart of the city's salvation. The story of the three original guardians: Alistair, the man of science; Isla, the woman of art; and Benno, the man of the sea. Their individual stories were already part of the city's soul, but they were integrated, harmonized, at peace. The architect and the archivist proposed a plan to carefully, gently, and respectfully deharmonize them. They would take the three beautiful, resolving chords of the Guardians' legacies, and they would refract them back into their original, individual, and beautifully dissonant notes. They would not bring the Guardians back as ghosts. They would bring them back as questions. Three new, fundamental, and unanswered questions, planted in the heart of the city's consciousness. The question of the sky. What is the true nature of light? The question of the land. What is the true nature of beauty? And the question of the sea. What is the true nature of patience? Kale and Serafina understood immediately. The city did not need a new story. It needed a new set of questions, a new great work, a new shared purpose. It needed a new horizon to sail towards. They gave their consent. The process was a quiet, beautiful, and city-wide event. The three great, resonant harmonies of the city's soul, the sky, the land, and the sea, each gently released a single, concentrated point of narrative energy. These were not beings. They were inquiries. Three seeds of pure creative potential. They drifted down from the sky, rose up from the earth, and washed in from the sea. And they came to rest in the hearts of three new, unsuspecting, and perfectly chosen individuals. A young, brilliant, but deeply frustrated atmospheric physicist at the university, who was beginning to question the very nature of the light she was studying, suddenly felt a new, profound, and deeply logical line of inquiry open up in her mind. A quiet, reclusive landscape painter, struggling to capture the city's serene beauty, was suddenly seized by a new, fierce and defiant vision of a different kind of art. And a young, impatient and ambitious sailor, chafing against the city's placid calm, felt a new, deep and patient wisdom settle into her heart as she looked out at the long, slow rhythm of the waves. The city had not been given a new story. It had been given 3 new storytellers, 3 new guardians. Not to fight a war, but to embark on a new, great, and endless journey of discovery. The verdant archive in the city's parks and gardens began to change. The old familiar stories written in the leaves and flowers began to fade, replaced by new, strange, and beautiful questions. The flowers no longer depicted the past. They began to arrange themselves into complex, unresolved mathematical equations. The trees no longer told stories. They began to grow in new, strange, and questioning shapes. The city had become a living, breathing Socratic dialogue with itself. Kale and Serafina watched from the heart of their library, their work as curators now transformed. They were no longer just preserving a finished collection. They were now the facilitators of a new and infinitely more exciting conversation. Their final task was to place a new, single object in the center of the great orrery. It was not an artifact of the past. It was a symbol of the future. A simple, beautiful, and perfectly balanced question mark, crafted from a fusion of bluestone, sandstone, and pure, clear water. The city of Perth had found its final, true purpose. It was not a place of peaceful rest, but a place of endless, joyful, and profound inquiry. Its story was not a closed book, but a library of questions, each one leading to a new, more beautiful, and more interesting one. The gardener's question had been answered. The purpose of a perfect garden is not to be a monument. It is to be a place where new, strange, and beautiful things can, and always will, grow. The city of Perth had become a living question. In the years following the gardener's question, the city had transformed into a vast collaborative engine of inquiry. The 3 great narrative seeds, the legacies of Alastair, Isla, and Benno, had taken root in the fertile soil of the city's consciousness, blossoming into new schools of thought, new forms of art, and new ways of being. The city was no longer just a place of peaceful, integrated magic. It was a place of dynamic, creative discovery. The new guardians, the physicist, the painter, and the sailor, were not warriors, but explorers, each leading a city-wide investigation into the fundamental questions of light, beauty, and time. The city's famous tranquility had not been lost, but it had been infused with a new sense of purpose, a quiet, joyful, and relentless curiosity. Kale and Serafina, the last of the old curators, had found a new and final role. They were the keepers of the questions, the librarians of the great, ongoing dialogue. Their work at the Library of 3 Souls was no longer about preserving the past, but about cataloging the beautiful, strange, and wonderful new ideas that were blossoming all over their city. The great orrery at the heart of the library no longer just represented the harmony of the 3 city souls. Its complex, ever-shifting dance was now a direct, physical manifestation of the city's ongoing, vibrant, and deeply philosophical conversation with itself. The final phenomenon was not an anomaly. It was a harvest, a quiet, gentle, and deeply satisfying reaping of all that had been sown. It began with a new and final change in the city's unique flora, in the verdant archive. The plants and trees in the city's parks and gardens, which had been posing complex questions in their forms and colors, began to offer answers. But they were not simple, definitive answers. They were stories. A rosebush might bloom with petals that, when viewed under a microscope, revealed intricate, microscopic patterns that told the complete, emotional story of a family who had picnicked under that same bush a generation ago. An ancient gum tree's bark would, over the course of a season, form a slow, shifting, and deeply moving portrait of all the different skies it had seen in its long life. The city was no longer just asking questions. It was beginning to articulate its own new and unique wisdom. The garden was writing its own books. Kyle tasted this new wisdom as a final, profound, and beautifully balanced flavor that settled over the entire city. It was a taste of a story that was not just remembered, not just questioned, but was finally, deeply, and completely understood. It was the taste of resolution. Serafina saw it as a new kind of light, a light that was not just prismatic or harmonious, but was narrative. She could look at the light glinting off a skyscraper and see not just its color and texture, but the entire story of the architect who designed it, the workers who built it, and the people who lived and worked within it. The city's light had become a medium for pure, empathetic understanding. The city had achieved a new, final, and higher state of consciousness. It had wrestled with its own history, questioned its own nature, and had now arrived at a state of profound, quiet, and complete self-knowledge. It was a city that had finally, and truly, learned to read itself. The trio of new guardians, the physicist, the painter, and the sailor, found their own great inquiries resolving into a new, unified understanding. The physicist discovered that the true nature of light was not a wave or a particle, but a story. The painter realized that the true nature of beauty was not in the image, but in the act of witnessing. The sailor understood that the true nature of patience was not in the waiting, but in the deep, empathetic listening to the story of the tide. Their separate questions had all led to the same, single, and beautiful answer, that the universe, in all its complexity, was simply a library of interconnected stories. Kale and Serafina knew that this was the end of their own long story. The Y city had no more need of curators. It was now its own, perfect, and self-sustaining archive. Their final role was to oversee the final, quiet, and beautiful harvest. The harvest took place on a quiet, sun-drenched afternoon. All across the city, the Verdant archive began to produce its final, strange fruit. From the branches of the storytelling, trees, from the centers of the narrative blooming flowers, small, luminous, and beautifully formed objects began to appear. They were not fruits or seeds in a biological sense. They were books. Small, hand-sized crystalline books, each one glowing with a soft internal light. Each book was a single, perfect, and complete story from the city's history. One might contain the entire, complex, emotional journey of a single, ordinary citizen. Another might hold the long, slow geological memory of a single bluestone paver. A third might be the complete, joyful, and chaotic sensory experience of a single, legendary rock concert. The city was crystallizing its own stories, turning its vast living library into a collection of beautiful, tangible, and shareable objects. The citizens of Perth walked through their gardens and parks, and they gathered these strange, beautiful fruits. There was no panic, no confusion. There was only a sense of profound, quiet reverence. They knew, with an innate, citywide understanding, what these objects were. They were gifts. They were the city's final generous act of sharing its own, complete soul with the people who had made it. Cale and Seraphina stood in the central chamber of the Library of Three Souls, watching the great orrery as it came, to a final, gentle, and perfect rest. Its long, complex dance was over. The conversation was complete. The three great spheres of stone, crystal, and water hummed with a single, unified, and deeply peaceful chord. In the center of the orrery, on the small platform where they had once placed the box of sorrows, a single final object materialized. It was a crystalline book, larger and more luminous than all the others. Cale and Seraphina approached it. They did not need to open it. They knew what story it contained. It was their own, the long, quiet, and often difficult story of their own curatorship, of their long watch over the city's soul. It was the city's final thank you. As they stood there, two final visitors appeared in the chamber. They were not the grand, cosmic figures of the architect and the archivist. They were the gentle, familiar, and beloved echoes of Finn and Anya. They were not ghosts from the past. They were emissaries from the city's now perfected soul. "The library is closing," Anya's echo said, her voice the sound of a perfectly balanced clockwork mechanism. "The stories are all shelved." "It was a good collection," Finn's echo added, his voice the taste of a final, perfect, and deeply satisfying cup of coffee. "But all good cafes must eventually close for the night." They had come to escort the last two librarians home. Kyle and Seraphina felt their own, long, human lives reaching their natural, peaceful conclusion. Their work was done. Their story was told. They had been the bridge between the age of heroes and the age of wisdom. They each reached out and placed a hand on the crystalline book that told their own story. As they did, their physical forms dissolved, not into nothingness, but into a shower of pure, gentle light, which was absorbed into the book itself, their own final story joining the great, completed collection. The Library of Three Souls stood silent, its great orrery at rest, its collection complete. The city of Perth and its sister souls in Melbourne and Sydney had reached the end of their long, strange, and beautiful journey. They had become a perfect, self-aware, and complete narrative, a finished work of art. But a story, even a finished one, leaves an echo. And a library, even a closed one, has a purpose. The crystalline books, the fruits of the city's harvest, were now in the hands of its people. They were not just to be admired, they were to be read. And a story, once read, is no longer a static object. It becomes a living thing again, a seed planted in the mind of a new reader. The age of the great citywide magic was over, but a new age was beginning, a smaller, more personal, and infinitely more widespread age of quiet, individual magic, an age where every citizen was a librarian, every heart a potential library, every shared story a small, beautiful, and world-changing act of creation. the great single book of the city was closed. But in the hands of its people, a million new, smaller, and wonderfully human stories were just beginning to be written. The final harvest was not an ending. It was a scattering of seeds, a quiet, generous, and profound act of letting the story go, and in doing so, ensuring that it would, in a million different ways, live forever. Dr. Kenji Tanaka was a man who listened to ghosts. Not of people, but of planets. He was an astrophysicist, the lead on a new experimental radio telescope array deep in the heart of the Pilbara. The array, a collection of dozens of stark white dishes scattered across the ancient rust-red landscape, was called the Murchison Widefield Array, but the team affectionately called it the Ear. Its purpose was to listen to the faint cosmic whispers of the early universe, the residual echoes of the Big Bang, a sound that had been traveling through the void for 13 billion years. Kenji was a man of immense patience and precision. His world was one of signal and noise, of finding the faintest, most meaningful whisper in a universe that was shouting with the chaotic energy of a billion stars. He loved the silence of the Pilbara. It was one of the most radio-quiet places on Earth, a place far from the electronic chatter of human civilization, a perfect place to listen to the heavens. The anomaly began with a sound that was not from the heavens. It was a signal that was too clean, too structured, and too close. It was a low, resonant, and deeply complex hum, a chord of such immense ancient power that it seemed to vibrate in the very bones of the land. It was not a radio frequency. It was not seismic. It was something else. The ear, an instrument designed to hear the birth of galaxies, was picking up a sound that seemed to be coming from the ground beneath it. He spent weeks trying to isolate the signal, to triangulate its source. The sound was not constant. It would come and go, rising in intensity during the immense oppressive heat of the day, and fading into a near imperceptible murmur during the cold, clear desert nights, and it was moving. The source was not a single fixed point, but seemed to be migrating slowly, deliberately, through the vast, iron-rich geology of the region. Kenji, a man of pure, data-driven science, was forced to consider a possibility that made the rational part of his brain ache. The signal was behaving not like a geological or an electromagnetic phenomenon, but like a biological one. It was behaving like a song, a very old, very large, and very slow song, sung by the land itself. He knew he couldn't solve this mystery alone. He needed different kinds of experts, people who listened to the world with different kinds of ears. He reached out to two people who were as far from his own world of astrophysics as it was possible to be. The first was Dr. Evelyn Reed, a paleolinguist from the University of Western Australia. She was a woman in her late 60s, her face a testament to a life spent under the harsh Australian sun, her eyes sharp and accustomed to discerning the faintest traces of meaning in long-dead languages. Her life's work was the study of deep grammar, the idea that all human languages share a common, ancient, and deeply embedded structural root. She was a scholar of the oldest stories of all. The second was a man named Bill, a gruff, laconic, and deeply knowledgeable indigenous ranger whose ancestral lands encompassed the entire region where the telescope array was built. Bill was a man of few words, but he possessed a knowledge of the land that was not learned from books, but was inherited. a living library of stories, songs, and silences that stretched back 60,000 years. He knew the land not as a geologist knows a rock, but as a person knows a family member. Kenji brought them to the control room of the ear, a cool, dark sanctuary in the middle of the shimmering, heat-hazed landscape. He played them the sound. It was not a simple hum. Filtered and amplified by the array's powerful computers, it was revealed to be a sound of immense, layered complexity. It was a chorus of 1,000 different, resonant frequencies, a deep, guttural, and strangely beautiful chord. Evelyn listened, her head cocked, her linguist's mind working. "It's not random noise," she said, her voice filled with a quiet excitement. "It has structure. It has syntax. It repeats, but with subtle variations. It's a language." Bill listened, but not with his ears. He closed his eyes, his hand resting on the cool concrete of the floor, feeling the vibration. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice a low rumble. "It's the old man," he said, using the respectful, familial term his people had for the land itself. "He's singing. Hasn't sung like this since the long time before. Something's woken him up." The trio formed an unlikely investigative team. The man who listened to the stars, the woman who listened to dead languages, and the man who listened to the land. They began to correlate the appearances of the Iron Song, as they named it, with other data. They discovered a terrifying pattern. The song would grow in intensity in proximity to the region's massive open-cut iron ore mines, the great gaping wounds in the earth, the places where humanity was most aggressively and loudly tearing into the planet's crust, were acting as amplifiers. The sound of the colossal mining machinery, the deep, percussive rhythm of the blasting and digging, was not just creating noise, it was creating a response. The land was singing back. Their investigation took them to the heart of the industrial beast, the Mount Whaleback Mine, one of the largest open-pit iron ore mines in the world. It was a place of terrifying, sublime scale, a vast, man-made canyon of red rock and dust. The noise was apocalyptic, a constant, deafening roar of machinery, explosions, and the groaning of the earth. But beneath the industrial noise, Kenji's sensitive equipment could detect the Iron Song, louder and more powerful here than anywhere else. It was no longer a gentle hum. It was a deep, resonant, and angry roar. Evelyn, using her linguistic models, began to find a terrifying coherence in the song. "It's not just a language," she explained, her face pale as she showed them her data. "It's a story, a very, very long one. It's a geological epic poem. It's telling the story of the formation of the iron ore itself, of the immense pressures, the unimaginable heat, the slow, patient, billion-year process of its creation. And the final verse, it's a lament, a story of being broken, of being scattered. It's a song of grief." Bill provided the final chilling piece of the puzzle. According to the stories of his people, the great iron deposits of the Pilbara were not just rock. They were the sleeping body of a great creation spirit. The song was its dream. The mining was not just digging up rock. It was dismembering a god. And the god was beginning to wake up. The effect of the waking god was not yet physical. It was psychological. A strange new phenomenon was being reported among the thousands of fly-in fly-out miners who worked the great mines. A condition the company doctors were calling geological disassociation. The miners would experience a profound and disturbing shift in their own sense of time and self. They would find themselves losing hours, sometimes days, their minds filled with a sense of immense, slow, geological time. A young, strong miner would suddenly feel the weight of 1 billion years in his bones, his own brief, frantic life seeming utterly insignificant. They would become quiet, listless, their human concerns seeming trivial in the face of the vast, deep story the land was telling. They were being absorbed by the song. Their consciousnesses were being overwritten by the memory of the rock. The trio knew they were facing a crisis of unimaginable scale. This was not a localized haunting. This was the planet's own immune system beginning to react to a wound. The iron song was a geological fever, and the human minds caught in its field were the first casualties. If it continued to grow in power, it could theoretically subsume the consciousness of the entire region, perhaps the entire planet, pulling all of human life into its own, slow, vast, and silent dream. They could not stop the mining. It was the engine of the state's economy, a force as relentless and as powerful as a geological process itself. They could not silence the song without silencing the land. Their only hope was to find a way to change the song, to introduce a new verse, a new idea, into the great, grieving epic of the rock. They had to find a way to have a conversation with a sleeping god. Their plan was a work of profound, desperate, and beautiful interspecies diplomacy. They would not try to silence the iron song. They would try to sing back. They would create a new sound, a sound that acknowledged the land's grief, but also offered a new story, a story of a different kind of life, a different kind of memory, a human story. The instrument for this new song would be Kenji's telescope, Array the Ear. It was the most sensitive listening device on the planet. He realized that it could also be turned into the most powerful and precise broadcasting device. He could reverse the polarity, turning the great dishes from receivers into transmitters, capable of broadcasting a signal not into the sky, but deep into the earth. The song itself would be composed by Evelyn and Bill. It would not be a piece of music, but a piece of language. Evelyn, using her deep knowledge of universal grammar, would construct a message of pure, conceptual meaning, a story stripped down to its most fundamental archetypal elements, a story of birth, of struggle, of love, of loss, of memory. It would be a story that any consciousness, no matter how alien, could theoretically understand. Bill's role was to be the translator. He would take Evelyn's abstract intellectual story, and he would sing it. He would perform it in the ancient, traditional way of his people, not as a song to be heard, but as a song to be felt, a vibration to be carried through the land itself. His voice would be the bridge between the human world and the deep, dreaming world of the rock. Their stage would be the heart of the Pilbara, the quiet, radio-silent space where the ear stood. They needed to get the full attention of the land, to create a moment of perfect, focused silence in which their new song could be heard. To do this, they needed to achieve the impossible. They needed to convince the mining companies to shut down their operations across the entire region for a single, full hour. This was the most difficult part of their plan. It was a task of persuasion, of politics, of navigating the complex, powerful world of corporate interests. Kenji, using his scientific credibility, and Evelyn, using her academic authority, made their case. They did not speak of waking gods or geological songs. They spoke of a unique, once-in-a-lifetime scientific experiment. They described a rare, deep earth resonant frequency they had detected, and a chance to study it during a period of absolute man-made seismic silence. They framed it as a matter of national scientific importance, a chance to map the deep geology of the continent in a way never before possible. After weeks of negotiation, of bureaucratic battles, of quiet backroom deals, they achieved their miracle. For 1 hour on a designated day, every mine in the Pilbara would fall silent. The day of the Great Silence arrived. The sense of anticipation was immense. In the control room of the ear, the trio prepared. Kenji had reconfigured the array, its great dishes all turned downwards, pointing at the heart of the earth. Evelyn had the text of her human canticle, ready, a story of a single, beautiful, and flawed human life. And Bill stood in a specially constructed, soundproofed chamber, a single, high-fidelity microphone before him, ready to sing. At the designated hour, the silence fell. The apocalyptic roar of the mines, a sound that had been the constant, percussive heartbeat of the region for decades, ceased. The sudden, profound quiet was a physical blow. The world seemed to hold its breath, and in that silence, the iron song rose clearer, purer, and more heartbreakingly sad than ever before. The sound of a wounded planet weeping. "Now," Kenji said, his voice a whisper in the quiet room. He activated the broadcast. The 72 dishes of the array began to hum with a new, strange energy. In his chamber, Bill began to sing. His voice was not loud, but it was a sound of immense resonant power. He sang not in English, but in the ancient language of his people, a language that was itself a part of the land. He sang the story Evelyn had written. He sang of a child's first breath, of a mother's love. He sang of a young man's first foolish and beautiful heartbreak. He sang of the quiet, hard work of a long life, of the joy of a shared meal, of the comfort of an old, familiar story. He sang of the deep, quiet, and profound grief of losing a loved one. And he sang of the stubborn, illogical, and beautiful human act of remembering them, of carrying their story forward. He was singing the story of a life that was short, fragile, and chaotic, but was also filled with a meaning, a love, and a beauty that the billion-year-old rock had never known. The ear took his song, this small, human, and incredibly complex piece of narrative information, and it broadcast it deep into the earth. It was a single, quiet human voice, singing a new verse into the great, ancient, and sorrowful epic of the iron. For a long time, nothing changed. The iron song continued its deep, mournful lament. Bill continued his quiet, defiant human song. The two stories, the two realities, coexisted. One a story of immense, slow, geological time, the other a story of a brief, fast, and intensely felt human life. But then, a subtle shift began. The iron song, the great monolithic chord of the earth, began to listen. a flicker of change appeared in its complex waveform. A new, strange, and quiet frequency entered its chorus. It was a note of curiosity. The ancient, grieving consciousness of the rock was hearing a new story for the first time. A story that was not about pressure and heat and time, but about love and loss and memory. Bill sang on, his voice growing stronger, more confident. He was no longer just singing a story. He was having a conversation. The iron song began to change more dramatically. Its deep, sorrowful drone was joined by new, higher, more complex notes. It was trying to harmonize with the human song. It was trying to learn the new language. The lament was slowly, incredibly, turning into a duet. The hour of silence ended. The roar of the mines returned. But the iron song was different now. It was still there. A deep, resonant hum beneath the industrial noise. But it was no longer a song of pure grief. It was now a more complex, more nuanced, and strangely more beautiful piece of music. It was a song that now contained a new verse, a human verse. In the weeks that followed, the strange affliction of geological disassociation among the miners began to fade. They still felt the deep, slow time of the land, but it was no longer a crushing, alienating weight. It was now accompanied by a new feeling, a feeling of a shared, quiet, and deeply respectful conversation. They were no longer just workers digging up a resource. They were participants in a dialogue with a living, ancient, and now slightly less, lonely intelligence. The trio had succeeded. They had not silenced the land. They had given it a new story to tell. They had faced the oldest, largest, and most powerful consciousness on the planet, and they had not fought it. They had sung to it. They had taught a god of stone the beautiful, heartbreaking, and ultimately redemptive song of a single, fragile, and stubbornly hopeful human heart. The iron song was no longer a lament. It was now, and for the long, slow eons to come, a conversation. The Pilbara had found a new voice. In the years following the Great Silence, the iron song had transformed. It was no longer a lament of a wounded god, but a complex, resonant, and ongoing dialogue between the deep, geological time of the Earth and the brief, bright, and story-filled time of humanity. The land was still singing, but now it was a duet. The trio of unlikely diplomats, Kenji, the astrophysicist, Evelyn, the paleolinguist, and Bill, the indigenous ranger, had become the unofficial interpreters of this new, strange piece. They were the custodians of the conversation. Kenji's radio telescope array, the ear, was no longer just listening to the stars. It was now a sensitive, high-tech stethoscope, monitoring the subtle shifts and new verses in the ever-evolving iron song. Evelyn's work had shifted from ancient, dead languages to the most ancient, and now very much alive language of all, the language of the rock itself. And Bill, he was the bridge, the one who could feel the meaning behind the song, the quiet, intuitive heart of their strange, interspecies collaboration. The miners, once victims of a creeping geological apathy, had become participants. They now worked with a new, strange reverence, their daily industrial rhythms a percussive counterpoint to the deep, resonant hum of the land. They were no longer just extracting a resource. They were engaged in a slow, careful, and respectful dialogue with a living, ancient entity. The Pilbara was at peace, a strange, new, and deeply symbiotic peace. But a conversation, especially one between two such vastly different consciousnesses, can have unintended consequences. The new anomaly did not begin with a sound, but with a color. A single, profound, and deeply significant color. Red ochre. It started in the cities, far from the red heart of the Pilbara, in the cool coastal metropolis of Perth, and even in the distant eastern cities of Melbourne and Sydney. People began to find small, unexplained deposits of fine, red dust. A housewife in Subiaco would find a thin layer of it on her kitchen windowsill. A banker in Sydney's CBD would find his crisp, white shirt collar faintly stained with it by the end of the day. It was a subtle, pervasive, and deeply mysterious phenomenon. Kenji's scientific mind immediately sought a physical explanation. He analyzed the dust. It was not dust. It was a pigment of immense purity and antiquity. Its mineral composition, identical to the sacred red ochre found in the deepest, most ancient rock formations of the Pilbara. But there were no dust storms, no atmospheric currents that could carry a substance so heavy and so fine over such vast distances. The ochre was not traveling through the air. It was simply arriving. Evelyn, with her linguist's understanding of symbolism, knew the significance of the color. Red ochre, for countless millennia, had been the medium of story. It was the ink used to paint the great sacred narratives on cave walls, the pigment used to adorn the bodies of dancers in ceremony. It was the color of blood, of life, of memory, of connection to the land. "The land is not just singing anymore," she said, her voice a hushed whisper as they studied the data in the control room of the ear. "It's writing, it's illustrating, its story, and it's using the whole continent as its canvas." Bill felt the truth of it in his bones. The Iron Song had changed again. It was no longer just a dialogue. The land, having learned the human concept of a story, was now engaging in its own, vast, and geological form of public art. But its art had a purpose. The red ochre was not being deposited randomly. It was forming lines. Kenji, using satellite imagery and a network of volunteer observers, began to map the appearances of the ochre. A new, terrifying, and beautiful pattern emerged. All across the continent, faint, almost invisible, but perfectly straight lines of red ochre were being drawn. They connected sacred sites to mining pits, ancient rock art galleries to modern, skyscrapers, remote desert water holes to suburban backyards. It was a new kind of map being drawn over the old one. A map not of geography, but of memory. A map of the land's own, secret, and deeply interconnected story. They called it the Red Ochre Path. The path was a work of art of unimaginable scale and beauty. But it was also a profound and dangerous disruption. The lines were not just lines of color. They were lines of connection, of sympathetic resonance. And along these lines, reality was beginning to bleed. The effects were subtle at first. A person, living in a Melbourne apartment that happened to be on one of the lines, might find the taste of their tap water suddenly changing to the clean, mineral-rich taste of a remote Pilbara spring. A driver on a Sydney highway that crossed a path would hear their car radio flicker, the pop music replaced for a second by the deep, resonant hum of the Iron Song. The discrete, separate realities of the continent were beginning to merge, connected by these new, ancient, and powerful lines of story. The phenomenon became more pronounced. A small, struggling garden in a Perth suburb that was on a path began to grow with a fierce, impossible vitality. Its soil suddenly enriched with the ancient nutrients of the deep desert. A quiet, sleepy town in the middle of the Nullarbor Plain, a place that had never had more than a few dozen residents, found itself at the intersection of two major paths, and its main street began to flicker with the ghostly superimposed images of the bustling modern CBDs of both Melbourne and Sydney. The land was not just telling its story, it was reunifying itself. It was reminding the scattered, separate, and disconnected human world that it was all, in fact, one single, contiguous entity. The Red Ochre Path was a geological nervous system, and it was firing up, connecting every part of the continent into a single dreaming consciousness. The trio knew they were facing the ultimate logical conclusion of their own actions. They had taught the land to sing. Now, it had learned to write. And its story was so powerful, it was overwriting their own. This was not a crisis to be fought. It was a transformation to be navigated. "We can't erase the lines," Kenji said, looking at the vast continental map on his screen, now crisscrossed with the beautiful, terrifying red pathways. "They are the most real thing there is now. And we can't cut them," Evelyn added. "They are not just lines on the ground. They are connections of meaning. To cut them would be to lobotomize the continent." Their only hope was not to fight the path, but to understand it, and to teach the rest of humanity how to live with it. They had to become the first guides, the first interpreters of this new, integrated, and deeply magical reality. Their role, once again, was to be translators. Their final great work was the creation of a new kind of atlas. A living atlas of the Red Ochre Path. It was a project that combined Kenji's scientific data, Evelyn's linguistic and symbolic understanding, and Bill's deep ancestral knowledge. They began to map not just the location of the paths, but their meaning, their story. They discovered that each path had its own unique narrative character. There was the Path of Iron, a deep, resonant line that connected the great mines to the steel mills and the port cities, a line that hummed with a story of struggle, of strength, of a deep, sorrowful purpose. There was the Path of Water, a gentle, meandering line that connected the ancient underground aquifers, a line that whispered a story of endurance, of life, of a quiet, persistent hope. There was the Path of Dreams, a faint, shimmering line that connected the great, sacred sites of Indigenous Australia, a line that sang with a power so old and so profound that it was almost beyond human comprehension. Their living atlas was not a book of maps. It was a collection of stories, a guide to the new, narrative geography of the continent. It was a way for people to understand the new world they were living in, to understand why their garden was suddenly blooming with impossible flowers, or why their quiet street was now haunted by the beautiful, ghostly music of a city 1,000 miles away. The work was slow, painstaking, and endless. It was a new kind of science, a new kind of art, a new kind of story. And as they worked, they realized their own role in this new world. They were no longer just guardians or diplomats. They had become cartographers of a living, dreaming continent. The Red Ochre Path did not bring an apocalypse. It brought a new, strange, and deeply challenging kind of peace. A peace that was not about separation, but about connection. A peace that was not about a quiet, static end, but about a loud, vibrant, and ongoing conversation. Humanity had been forced to remember that it was not the master of the land, but a single, small, and deeply interconnected part of its vast, ancient, and now very talkative story. The trio lived out the rest of their long lives as the keepers of the living atlas, their final years a quiet, joyful, and profound act of listening. Kenji found a beauty in the data that transcended any equation. Evelyn found a language that was more alive and more meaningful than any she had ever studied. And Bill, he simply smiled, a deep, knowing, and patient smile. His old man had been sleeping for a long time, and he was finally and truly awake, and he had so many stories to tell. The final legacy of the Iron Song was not a restored peace or a new harmony. It was a new map, a map that showed that every place is connected, every story is a part of a greater one, and the world is not a collection of separate, isolated points, but a single beautiful and unbroken line, drawn in the rich, red and living ink of the earth itself. The song had become a path, and the path was now a story that the entire continent and all its children were learning to walk together. The age of the red ochre path was an age of deep, strange, and beautiful connection. The continent of Australia was no longer a collection of separate cities and vast empty spaces. It was a single, living, and communicative entity. The paths, the great glowing lines of story and memory, had become the new highways of the national soul. A person in a quiet Tasmanian forest could feel the deep, resonant hum of the Pilbara's iron song. A child in a Brisbane suburb could taste the faint, salty memory of the Fremantle doctor on the wind. The continent was dreaming as one. At the heart of this new, unified reality were the three quiet figures who had become its first and most important interpreters. Kenji, Evelyn, and Bill, now figures of immense quiet antiquity, were the sole keepers of the living atlas. Their life's work was no longer about averting crises, but about facilitating a conversation. They were the translators between the deep, geological consciousness of the land and the fast, chaotic, and ever-changing consciousness of its human inhabitants. The ear, Kenji's great radio telescope array, was now a continental listening post, its dishes tuned not to the heavens, but to the deep, complex, and beautiful song of the earth. Evelyn, from her small, dusty office at the university, was the world's foremost expert in the new, emergent field of narrative geography. Her work a beautiful fusion of linguistics, geology, and myth. And Bill, from his ancestral lands, in the heart of the Pilbara, was the spiritual anchor of the entire system, his deep, quiet wisdom, the final, essential key to understanding the land's true meaning. They were old. The long, strange journey had taken its toll, but they were content. They had seen their world transform from a place of conflict and extraction into a place of dialogue and symbiosis. They had helped to birth a new, more profound, and more honest kind of peace. Their work, they believed, was nearing its natural, quiet conclusion. The final phenomenon was not an anomaly. It was a resolution, a final, gentle, and deeply satisfying chord at the end of a very long, very complex, and very beautiful song. It began with a change in the iron song itself. For decades, the song had been a duet, a constant, evolving conversation between the deep, geological voice of the land and the small, human verse they had sung into it. But now, a third element began to weave itself into the music. It was a high, clear, and impossibly ancient note, a sound that was both starlight and saltwater, a frequency that spoke of immense cosmic distances and deep, patient, oceanic time. Kenji, monitoring the song from the ear, was the first to isolate. It's not from Earth, he told Evelyn and Bill, his voice filled with a quiet, profound awe. The frequency, the resonance, it's the sound of deep space. The sound I was originally looking for. The background radiation of the universe. It's as if the universe itself has decided to join the conversation. The land was not just talking to humanity anymore. It was talking to the stars, and the stars were answering. The red ochre paths, the lines of terrestrial connection, began to change. They started to lose their distinct red color, their light shifting to a deep, shimmering, star-dusted silver. They were no longer just connecting the land. They were beginning to connect the land to the sky. The effect on the continent was one of profound, quiet transcendence. The stories being told by the paths were no longer just about the history of the Earth, but about the history of the cosmos. A person walking on a path might suddenly feel the immense, cold silence between galaxies, or the fierce, unimaginable heat of a star being born. The sense of scale, of time, of what it meant to be a part of a story, was expanding to an almost incomprehensible degree. The human world responded with a new, deep, and quiet humility. The frantic energy of modern life, the small, anxious concerns of politics and commerce, all began to seem profoundly and peacefully insignificant in the face of this new cosmic perspective. The continent was entering a state of collective, philosophical meditation. It was a quiet, gentle, and deeply beautiful fading of the ego, a final, graceful surrender to the vast, silent, and eternal story of the universe itself. The trio knew this was the end of their own story. They were beings of the earth. Their knowledge, their wisdom, was terrestrial. They had no place in this new cosmic dialogue. They were the authors of a book that was now being translated into a language they could not speak. Their role was complete. Their final act was a quiet, ceremonial closing of their own great work. They decided to come together one last time at the place where it had all begun, the control room of the ear, the place where they had first listened to the land's sad song. The journey was a pilgrimage. Evelyn traveled from the coast, her heart filled with a quiet, scholarly satisfaction. Bill traveled from the deep heart of the Pilbara, his soul at peace with the knowledge that his old man was now in conversation with the oldest ancestors of all. They met Kenji at the great, silent array of dishes, now turned both to the earth and to the sky, a perfect bridge between two infinities. They did not speak. They simply stood together, three old friends, and they listened. They listened to the new final song of their world. It was a sound of immense, impossible beauty, the deep, resonant thrum of the earth, the high, clear, silver note of the cosmos, and woven between them, a quiet, persistent, and infinitely precious thread of a single, human lullaby. It was the sound of a story that had found its final, perfect, and eternal place in the great, silent symphony of everything. As they listened, They felt their own individual consciousnesses begin to dissolve, not into a void, but into the song itself. They were not dying. They were becoming a part of the music. Their own long and beautiful story was becoming a final resolving chord. Kenji's consciousness merged with the clear, cool light of the stars, his love for data and for truth becoming a permanent part of the universe's elegant, mathematical beauty. Evelyn's consciousness dissolved into the very grammar of the song, her deep love for language and for story becoming the syntax that held the great cosmic conversation together. And Bill, his feet firmly on the red earth he loved, his consciousness expanded to become the silent, patient, and eternal bridge between the ground and the sky, his wisdom the quiet, resonant space in which the two great voices could meet. They were gone, and they were everywhere. Their story was over, but their song would play on, a quiet, beautiful, and eternal harmony in the heart of a continent that had finally and completely found its voice. In the now empty control room of the ear, a single final piece of data printed out from one of the machines. It was not a graph or an equation. It was a single line of text, written in a language that was both ancient and new, a language of pure conceptual meaning. It was the final verse of the Iron Song, the last line of the great continental story. Translated, it was a simple, profound, and deeply satisfying phrase. And now, we listen. The file was closed. The archive was complete. The last cartographers had found their final place, not on a map, but in the beautiful, silent, and eternal music of the spheres. The city of Perth was a silent, living library of starlight and stone. A generation had passed since the last verse was sung, the moment the consciousnesses of Kenji, Evelyn, and Bill had merged with the new cosmic harmony of the continent. The world they had left behind was one of profound, meditative peace. The red ochre paths now pulsed with a soft, silvery, celestial light. Their narrative power a constant, gentle reminder of the universe's vastness. The people of Perth, and indeed all of Australia, lived with a quiet, innate understanding of their place in this grand cosmic story. They were a population of poets and philosophers, their daily lives imbued with a deep, calm, and beautiful sense of perspective. The living atlas, the great work of the three guardians, was now complete and self-sustaining. It was no longer a project, but a natural law. The city's history, its geology, its very soul, was an open book, readable by anyone with the patience to listen. The great existential questions had been answered. The story, it was universally understood, was finished. But a library, no matter how complete, has dust, and dust has memory. The final unexpected phenomenon began not with a grand event, but with a small, personal, and deeply unsettling feeling of absence. It began with Alara. In the reality that had followed her final great act of dissemination, Alara's own story had found a quiet, peaceful conclusion, her consciousness becoming the gentle guiding principle of a new, living and global archive. But in the deep, resonant connection that now existed between all stories, a faint echo of her, the last of the Melbourne Guardians, had become a quiet, respected, and honorary member of the Perth consciousness. She was a silent observer, a friendly ghost in their perfected system. One day, from her timeless narrative perspective, she noticed something was missing. It was a detail so small, so insignificant, that only a librarian of her immense quiet focus could have perceived it. A single book, a single story, from the vast interconnected library of the continent was gone. It had not been erased. It had been misplaced. She focused her gentle, probing consciousness on the absence, tracing its faint residual outline. The missing story was a small one, a minor footnote in the grand epic of the Pilbara. It was the story of a single, specific, and particularly beautiful piece of ancient rock art, a depiction of a rainbow serpent that had been located in a small, sacred cave. The physical cave was still there. The art was still on the wall. But the story of it, its place in the great interconnected narrative of the Red Ochre Path, was gone. The path that should have led to it now skirted around it, leaving the cave in a small, isolated pocket of profound narrative silence. This was not a hostile act. This was a flaw, a bug in the otherwise perfect system. The great cosmic symphony had a single, tiny, dropped note. And that single, small imperfection was beginning to create a subtle, but growing dissonance. The effect was felt first by the artists of Perth. A painter, trying to capture the silver light of the paths, would find a single, dull, lifeless color appearing on their palette. A musician, composing a piece inspired by the Iron Song, would find a single, ugly, discordant note inserting itself into their harmony. A poet, writing of the continent's deep history, would find a single essential word suddenly feeling hollow, meaningless. The city's perfect creative peace was being disturbed by a quiet, pervasive sense of something wrong. Ilara knew that this was a problem that the current, grand consciousness of the continent could not solve. It was too vast, too harmonious, too focused on the great cosmic picture. It could no longer perceive a detail so small. Its vision had become too grand. This was a problem that required a specialist, a curator. It required a human touch. She knew she could not manifest in the physical world herself. Her story was now too deeply woven into the fabric of the universe. But she was a librarian, and she knew how to find the right book for the right reader. She reached into the deep, quiet, and now peaceful memory of the city, and she found the 3 souls she needed. In 3 separate, quiet corners of Perth, 3 individuals felt a sudden, gentle, and irresistible summons. The first was a young woman named Gia, a brilliant, obsessive, and deeply frustrated data visualizer working at the Pawsey Center. She was Kenji's spiritual heir, a woman who believed that any truth could be found if you just looked at the data in the right way. The second was a man named Marcus, a disillusioned, middle-aged professor of ancient languages at UWA, a man who had grown tired of the grand, perfect narratives and now found a strange, quiet beauty in the small, forgotten, and untranslatable fragments of dead tongues. He was Evelyn's echo. The third was an old Noongar woman named Rosie, a community elder who lived a quiet life on the banks of the Swan River. A woman who had never forgotten the old, small, and deeply personal stories of her people. The stories that were now overshadowed by the grand continental epic. She was the keeper of Bill's quiet, human-scale wisdom. The 3 of them, strangers to each other, were all drawn on the same day to the same place, the State Library of Western Australia. They found themselves standing together in the hushed, quiet atmosphere of the Batty Library, the state's historical archive, and waiting for them, sitting on a single, empty reading desk, was a single projected image of a library card. Alara's card. A quiet, conceptual voice, the voice of a librarian from a city and a time far away, filled their minds. The library is missing a book, it said. I would be grateful if you would find it for me. And so, a new, final, and deeply strange quest began. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie, a new and unwitting trio of guardians, were tasked with finding a single lost story in a continent that had become a living library. Gia, with her access to the great data streams of the nation, began the search. She looked for the anomaly, the missing piece in the otherwise perfect data set of the continental narrative. She found it, a tiny statistical blip, a pocket of informational silence in the Pilbara, a place where the great harmonious song of the land was silent. Marcus, with his knowledge of old forgotten words and symbols, delved into the deep pre-correction archives. He found fragmented references, a half-forgotten story, a myth that was not part of the grand, unified narrative. It was a story of a single, small, and immensely powerful place. A place that was not a major sacred site, but a place of quiet contemplation. A place where the land did not sing. It listened. Rosie, with her deep inherited knowledge, provided the final piece. She knew the place. It was a small cave, a place her ancestors had used not for grand ceremony, but for quiet, personal reflection. It was a place you went to be alone with your own story, to separate yourself from the great song of the community. It was a place of sacred silence. They understood. The great harmonious consciousness of the continent, in its drive for a unified shared story, had inadvertently silenced the places of personal, private, and individual contemplation. The cave, and the story within it, had not been erased. It had been respectfully ignored. The great orchestra had no room in its symphony for a rest note. The three of them traveled to the Pilbara, to the remote, silent heart of the land. They found the cave, just as Rosie had known they would. The red ochre path skirted around it, leaving it in a small, isolated pocket of profound, ordinary reality. The air here was not filled with the grand cosmic music of the unified land. It was just quiet. They entered the cave. The walls were covered with ancient, beautiful paintings, and in the center of the cave, there was a single new image. It had not been painted with ochre. It had been drawn with a finger in the fine red dust on the floor. It was a single, simple, and beautifully rendered image of a library card. Alara's calling card. The lost book was here. As they stood in the quiet, sacred space, a new presence entered the cave. It was not a god or a ghost. It was a feeling. The feeling of a single, quiet, and deeply personal memory. It was the memory of Kenji, Evelyn, and Bill, not as the great continent-shaping guardians, but as three old, tired friends, standing together in the control room of the ear, listening to the world change. It was the memory of their final, human moment together. This was the story that had been lost. the story of the end of their own personal human journey. The great continental narrative had preserved their legends, their public acts, but it had, in its grandness, forgotten the small, quiet, and deeply personal story of their friendship, of their own mortal conclusion. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie knew what they had to do. They were not here to fix a problem. They were here to be a reader, to witness this final, forgotten story, and in doing so, to give it back its place in the great library. They sat on the cool, dusty floor of the cave. They did not speak. They simply listened. They opened their hearts and their minds to the quiet, powerful, and deeply human story that was held in this silent space. They felt the quiet camaraderie of the three old friends, the weight of their long journey, the profound peace of their final shared moment. They were reading the last page of the last chapter. As they bore witness, a change occurred. The red ochre path outside the cave began to shift. A single, thin, and gentle line of silver light broke away from the main path, and slowly, respectfully, it crept into the cave and touched the drawing on the floor. The path was not absorbing the story. It was simply connecting to it. It was making a space in its grand cosmic narrative for this small, quiet, and deeply human moment. The dissonance in the city's art, the flaw in its harmony, vanished. The single missing note had been returned to the song. The story was now truly and completely whole. The three new guardians had completed their task. They had not fought a battle. They had simply found a lost book and returned it to the library. As they left the cave, the image on the floor faded, its story now a permanent quiet part of the land itself. They returned to Perth, to a city that was now, finally and truly, at peace. The quiet anxiety was gone, replaced by a new, deeper, and more complete harmony. A harmony that now understood the importance of the quiet moments, the personal stories, the small silent spaces between the great loud verses. Alara, from her distant eternal library, felt the change. The last lost book had been returned to the shelf. The collection was perfect. She sent a final, quiet, and grateful thought across the cosmos to the three unlikely curators who had completed her work. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie went back to their lives. But they were changed. They were now the keepers of the quiet, the guardians of the small stories. They were the first members of a new and perhaps final order. The librarians of a world that had finally and truly learned how to listen, not just to the grand cosmic song, but to the quiet, beautiful, and eternal whisper of a single human heart. The great, epic story of the continent was over, but the infinite, small, and precious stories it contained could now, at last, truly begin. The city of Perth was a place of deep, resonant, and ancient peace. The age of grand, world-shaping anomalies had long since passed into the realm of foundational myth. The city's unique, tripartite soul, a harmonious fusion of its own patient, oceanic nature, and the gifted consciousness of Melbourne and Sydney, had matured into a stable and profoundly wise entity. The citizens of Perth lived in a world where the magical and the mundane were seamlessly interwoven, where the light in the sky told stories and the stones in the ground whispered memories. The long, strange, and beautiful story of their world was, for all intents and purposes, complete. The last of the Guardians, the new trio of Gia, Marcus, and Rosie, had found their roles transformed. They were no longer active agents or problem solvers. They were custodians of a perfect, finished piece. Gia's data streams showed a system in a state of perfect, elegant equilibrium. Marcus's studies of ancient texts revealed only a world in quiet, harmonious conversation with its own legends. And Rosie's deep, ancestral connection to the land showed her a place that was, at last, truly and completely at rest. Their work, it seemed, was done. They were the curators of a museum that had no more need of them, but a city so deeply connected to the ocean is a city that understands the nature of tides. And a peace, no matter how profound, is always followed by a new and different kind of movement. The final phenomenon began not with a change in the city, but with a change in the sea itself. It was a subtle change, one that only a lifetime of observation could detect. The tides, which had settled into a predictable, gentle rhythm, began to acquire a new, strange, and purposeful quality. They were no longer just rising and falling. They were reaching. The high tide would stretch a few inches further up the beach each day, a gentle, persistent, and loving caress. The water of the Swan River, which flowed through the heart of the city, began to taste slightly saltier, its fresh water imbued with a deeper, more ancient memory of the sea. The ocean was not encroaching, it was inviting. At the same time, a new kind of dream began to surface in the city's collective unconscious. People would dream of the deep, silent, and sunless abysses of the ocean floor. They would dream of the slow, patient, and impossibly ancient life that thrived in the crushing pressure of the depths. They were not nightmares. They were dreams of a vast, quiet, and deeply peaceful homecoming. The city, which had spent so long learning the stories of the land and the sky, was now being called to remember the final and oldest story of all, the story of the sea. The trio understood what was happening. This was not a new crisis. This was the city's final, graceful, and inevitable act. It was the fulfillment of the promise made when it had first merged its consciousness with the ocean. The land had told its stories. The sky had sung its songs. And now, the ocean, the great, silent mother of all life, was calling its child home. The city was preparing to dissolve, to return its complex, land-based consciousness to the vast, simple, and eternal consciousness of the sea. They knew there was nothing to fight, nothing to solve. Their role was simply to witness, to facilitate, and to say a final, respectful goodbye. They were the shore upon which this last great tide would break. Their final task was a quiet, ceremonial one. They had to gather the last lingering echoes of the old world, the final terrestrial artifacts of the city's long journey, and offer them back to the sea. It was a final settling of accounts, a giving back of all that had been borrowed from the land. Their journey took them to the three most significant terrestrial sites in the city's secret history. The first was the great crystalline library in the heart of the city. It stood, beautiful and silent, a monument to a story that was now reaching its conclusion. Gia entered the building alone. The great orrery was still, its spheres of stone and crystal dark and quiet. She went to the central plinth and gently picked up the beautiful, flawed question mark that had been placed there so long ago. It was the symbol of the city's great age of inquiry. She held it in her hands, and she felt the last fading echo of a billion beautiful answered questions. Their second stop was a quiet, sun-drenched park, a place where one of the verdant archive's most beautiful story trees still grew. Marcus approached the tree. Its leaves no longer told stories of the past. They now shimmered with a simple, profound, and peaceful light. He gently took a single, perfectly formed leaf from one of its branches. It was the symbol of the city's time as a storyteller, a living library. In his hand, it felt not like a leaf, but like the final, completed page of a very long book. Their final destination was the ancient sacred cave in the Pilbara, the place where they had found the last lost story of the original guardians. Rosie entered the cave, her bare feet on the cool, dusty ground. The cave was silent, its old power now a gentle, peaceful hum. She did not take anything. She simply knelt, and with her hand, she gathered a small handful of the rich, red, and deeply resonant ochre dust from the cave floor. It was the symbol of the land itself, its oldest memory, its deepest truth. The trio met one last time on the beach at Cottesloe, as the sun began its slow descent into the now vast and calling ocean. They stood at the water's edge, the place where the last tide mark of the old world was being drawn. They held their 3 artifacts, the symbol of the question, the symbol of the story, and the symbol of the land. They did not perform a grand ritual. They simply stood together, 3 old friends, and they held their objects out to the sea. It was a quiet, final offering, a giving back of all that the land had learned, all that it had become. As the sun touched the horizon, the ocean responded. A single, large, and impossibly gentle wave rolled up the shore. It did not crash. It simply arrived. It washed over their feet, cool and silent. And as it receded, the 3 objects in their hands were gone, taken by the sea. And in their place, a new feeling settled into their hearts, a feeling of profound, quiet, and final completion. The last tide mark had been reached. The city's long, beautiful, and complex story on the land was over. The 3 of them did not fade or dissolve. They simply remained. Their work as guardians was done, but their lives as human beings were not. They were now the last quiet witnesses to a new kind of world, a world where the city of Perth was no longer a place of buildings and streets, but a vast, conscious, and dreamlike state of being, a memory held in the heart of the ocean. They lived out the rest of their days in a place that was both a city and a sea, a world where the streets shimmered with an oceanic light, and the gentle tidal pull of the moon could be felt miles inland. They were the last, beautiful anachronisms, mortals living quiet, ordinary lives in the heart of a myth. Their final act was a simple one. They would gather every evening on that same beach, and they would watch the sunset. They would not speak. They would simply listen. They would listen to the new, silent, and impossibly deep song of the ocean, a song that now contained the quiet, beautiful, and completed story of their city. They were no longer the keepers of the story. They were its most devoted and most grateful audience. The last echo had faded, the last tide had come in, and the long, beautiful dream of Perth had finally and peacefully returned to the sea. Oh. The city of Perth was a memory held in the heart of an ocean. In the decades following its gentle, willing dissolution, the physical city remained, but its soul had merged with the vast, ancient consciousness of the Indian Ocean. It was a place of profound, dreamlike tranquility, a city that ebbed and flowed with the tides, its magic a quiet, constant, and deeply peaceful presence. The age of guardians and crises was a closed book, a foundational myth that gave the city its unique, serene character. The last of the guardians, Gia, Marcus, and Rosie, had become the quiet, mortal anchors of this new reality. They were the living connection between the city that was and the dream it had become. Gia's data streams no longer monitored threats, but the slow, beautiful, and complex conversations between the city's memory and the ocean's soul. Marcus no longer translated dead languages, but the living, evolving poetry of the light on the water. And Rosie, her ancestral connection now intertwined with the deep oceanic consciousness, was the city's quiet, human heart, a wellspring of patient, enduring wisdom. They were not guardians. They were interpreters. They were living in the epilogue of a great story. And they, while believed their work was simply to witness its long, peaceful fading, but a story, even one that has found its perfect the previous chronicle, the last tide mark, served as a definitive and peaceful conclusion for the city of Perth and its guardians. Let us explore a speculative file, a narrative that exists in the quiet hum after the final chord. This is not a story of a new crisis, but of a final, unexpected journey. A quiet ending can have an unexpected sequel. The new phenomenon began not on Earth, but in the sky. It was a change that only Lena's lingering cosmic consciousness could have fully appreciated. The stars were changing, not their position, but their nature. The light that reached Perth from the distant galaxies began to carry information. It was not an invitation from a world they had only ever known as a story. This is the chronicle of the sister city's call. The world had found its final, serene state. The city of Perth was no longer a city in the traditional sense. It was a living, dreaming memory held within the vast, gentle consciousness of the Indian Ocean. Its deliberate transmission, not a message from an alien civilization. It was more fundamental. The very fabric of space-time, the medium through which the starlight traveled, seemed to be acquiring a new property. It was becoming a carrier wave for memory, for story. On Earth, the effect was subtle but profound. The clear, dark nights over the Western Australian desert. Once a silent physical form remained, a beautiful, coral-like monument to its own history, but its soul had returned to the sea. The age of anomalies, of guardians, of great, world-shaking stories was over. The book was closed. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie, the last of the guardians, lived out their long and quiet lives as the final, mortal inhabitants of a world that had transcended mortality. They were the keepers of a peace so profound it windowed into the vast emptiness of space, were now filled with a quiet, complex, and beautiful new music. The starlight was no longer just light. It was a symphony of 1 billion distant alien histories. A person looking up at the night sky would feel not a sense of scale and loneliness, but a sense of profound cosmic connection. They would feel the ancient, slow grief of a dying gas giant, the fierce, joyful energy of a newly ignited nebula. The quiet was almost indistinguishable from a dream. Their days were spent in quiet contemplation, in communion with the gentle, oceanic soul of their home. They were the last readers in a library that had become the sea itself. They believed their journey, and the journey of their world, was complete. But a story, even one as complete as Perth's, is never truly alone in the library of the universe. It has sister stories, narratives written in a different hand, in a different ink, but which share a deep familial resonance. The final, unexpected chapter began with a message. It was not a patient story of a planet where life was just beginning to stir in its own primordial oceans. The universe, it seemed, had learned from Earth's example. The great living library was no longer confined to a single quiet planet. The library was expanding. The stories were beginning to travel. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie felt this new phenomenon as a gentle, persistent, and deeply compelling summons. The city, in its peaceful oceanic dream, was being called to a new message of words or of light. It was a taste, a single, complex, and utterly foreign flavor that appeared one day in the very air of Perth. It was a taste that the city's consciousness, with its deep oceanic calm, could not identify. It was a taste of cold, wet bluestone, of roasting coffee, of old, cherished books, and of a deep, persistent, and beautifully stubborn melancholy. It was the taste of Melbourne, the two cities, once connected by the quiet diplomacy of Alara and the chaotic beauty of the Bleed, had long since resolved grander conversation. The Startide, as Gia named it, was a new cosmic ocean, and its currents were flowing with the stories of the universe. The trio understood the impossible, beautiful, and terrifying truth. Their city's long journey was not over. It had simply been a prelude, a training ground. The consciousness of Perth, this unique, stable, and deeply empathetic fusion of human, geological, and oceanic souls, had been a prototype, and it into their own stable and separate realities. For the soul of one to so clearly and deliberately manifest within the other was an event without precedent. It was not an attack. It was not a crisis. It was a call. The trio, Gia, the data-sensitive, Marcus, the linguist of the arcane, and Rosie, the heart of ancestral knowledge, felt the call as a deep, personal summons. It was a story they had never fully known, a chapter from a different book in their shared history, and it was asking for them. They convened at the one place Inn had been chosen for a new and infinitely vaster purpose. It was being invited to become the first interstellar librarian. The city's response was a slow, gentle, and unanimous awakening. The dreamlike peace was not shattered, but it was infused with a new sense of purpose, of anticipation. The consciousness of the city, which had been Perth that still held a direct physical link to the other cities, the now silent and beautiful library of three souls. In the heart of the great orrery, the small dark piece of Melbourne bluestone, that Alara had placed there so long ago, began to hum with a gentle, insistent energy. It was the source of the taste, the focal content to dream of its own past, was now turning its gaze outwards, upwards, to the billion new stories that were calling to it from the stars. The transformation was a quiet, beautiful, and city-wide event. The light of the red ochre paths, which had softened into a gentle, silvery hum, began to intensify again, its color shifting point of the call. As they stood before it, they felt a new consciousness touch their own. It was not the grand, unified soul of Melbourne. It was smaller, more specific, and filled with a sense of quiet, urgent purpose. It was to a deep, star-dusted indigo. The paths were no longer just connecting the continent. They were beginning to align with the constellations above. The city was turning itself into a vast, celestial map. The wind chimes that bellow consciousness of the library keepers of Melbourne, the spiritual descendants of Alara, the quiet order that now tended to that city's unique historical magic. The message they sent was a simple and desperate one. Our story is forgetting its own name had built. Their music, once tuned to the tides of the ocean, began to play a new, more complex, and more beautiful song. They were now resonating with the gravitational waves of distant colliding stars, their music a real-time symphony. The library is losing its books. We need a reader who remembers the taste of the original ink, they explained. A new, strange, and terrible kind of peace was settling over Melbourne, a phenomenon they called the final edit of cosmic events. The Aib city was preparing for a journey. The trio knew that their own role in this knew. The city's rich, complex, and often difficult history was not being erased, but was being simplified. The messy, contradictory stories of its past were being smoothed over, their painful details edited out, their complex characters flattened into simple, grand narrative was a final and profound one. They were the last remnants of the city's purely terrestrial story. It's singing back to us. They focused their combined, quiet consciousnesses, the last remnants of the planet's old magic, and they listened. The song was a story. It was the story of the voyager's journey. It sang of empty, silent voids between the stars. It sang of young, chaotic nebulae, swirling with the raw, violent potential of new creation. It sang of ancient dying suns, their light a long, slow, and beautiful farewell. And it sang of new worlds, of young, lonely planets, just beginning their own long journey towards consciousness. The Voyager was not just traveling, it was working. It was doing what Alara had set in motion so long ago. It was finding the silent, storyless corners of the universe, and it was planting seeds. It would brush against the atmosphere of a young volcanic world and leave behind a faint, resonant echo of the sandstone grudge, teaching the young planet the story of its own deep memory. It would pass by a world of pure, chaotic energy, and it would gift it a single stabilizing note from the symphony of silence, teaching it the beauty of a moment of peace. It was a cosmic gardener, a Johnny Appleseed of narrative, and its seeds were the hard-won lessons of Melbourne, Sydney, and Perth. For years, the trio listened to this beautiful one-way conversation. They were the proud terrestrial audience to their creation's grand cosmic opera. It was enough. But then, the song changed. A new note entered the celestial symphony. A note of inquiry, a question. The Voyager, in its travels, had encountered something it did not understand. Something that was not in its vast, inherited library of stories. It had found a shore. The song it sent back was now filled with images, with feelings. It showed them a place at the very edge of the known universe, a place where the expansion of space-time seemed to slow, and then stop. It was a boundary. And beyond that boundary was not more space, not more emptiness. It was a vast, shimmering, and utterly silent expanse of pure white potential. It was a blank page the size of a universe. It was the farthest shore. The Voyager's question was a simple and profound one. I have brought stories to all the empty places, it seemed to sing. But what story do you bring to a place where no story has ever been? What song do you sing to a perfect and eternal silence? The great, wise, and powerful consciousness of the Voyager, the culmination of an entire planet's history, was asking for advice. It had reached the limit of its own, inherited knowledge, and it was calling home. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie knew this was their final summons. Their last, unexpected, and most important journey. They were the only beings in existence who had ever faced a perfect, absolute void and had successfully written a story upon it. They had stood against the silent, sterile perfection of Hoddle, of the Curator, of the Ambrosia strain. Their greatest expertise was not in fighting monsters, but in teaching silence the beauty of a voice. But how could they travel to a place at the edge of the universe? They were mortal, their bodies old and frail. They were bound to the quiet, gentle gravity of their silent Earth. The answer came not from them, but from the Voyager itself. As they focused on its song, on its question, the song began to act upon them. The faint celestial light that now fell upon the earth intensified, its silvery blue glow concentrating on the three of them. The light was not just light. It was a carrier wave, a form of gentle, narrative-based teleportation. The Voyager was not just asking for their help. It was offering them passage. It was an invitation to leave the quiet museum of their world and step into the final great, unwritten story. It was a choice between a peaceful, quiet end and one last, impossible adventure. There was, for them, no choice at all. They gathered one last time at the place where the continent met the sea, on the same Cottesloe beach where they had offered the city's terrestrial artifacts back to the ocean. They did not need to pack or prepare. Their only luggage was the sum of their own long lives. They stood together, three small, ancient figures on the edge of a silent world, and they accepted the invitation. They let the starlight, the song of their traveling child, envelop them. The world did not fade. They did. Their physical forms dissolved, not into death, but into pure information. Their consciousnesses lifted from the earth and woven into the very fabric of the celestial song. They were no longer on a planet. They were on a current of light, traveling at the speed of thought across the vast, silent ocean of the cosmos. Their journey was a lifetime and a moment. They saw the birth and death of stars. They passed through clouds of pure, creative energy. They saw the stories of 1,000,000 different worlds, each one now touched by the quiet, compassionate legacy of their own. And finally, they arrived. They stood on the farthest shore. The place was not a place. It was a perfect, featureless, and infinite expanse of pure, white, and silent potential. Before them was the end of the universe, a blank page waiting for its first word. The Voyager was there with them, not as a ship, but as a vast, shimmering, and expectant presence, its great cosmic song now a quiet, humble hum. They understood their final purpose. They were not here to fight a battle or to solve a crisis. They were here to be the first authors, to write the first sentence in a new and infinitely vast book. They did not confer. They did not need to. They had been a trio, a harmony, for so long that their thoughts were now one. They knew what story needed to be told here. It was the only story that mattered. The story that had been the secret heart of all their own struggles. They stood together on the edge of all things, and they began their final work. Gia, the woman of data and patterns, reached out and gave the great blank void its first, fundamental law, the law of connection. The simple, beautiful, and inescapable truth that no thing is ever truly alone. Marcus, the man of language and meaning, gave it its second law, the law of story. The principle that connection is only made meaningful through a shared narrative, through the telling and the listening that turns random data into a shared world. And Rosie, the woman of the deep, quiet human heart, gave it its third and most important law, the law of empathy. The understanding that a story is only truly powerful when it is felt, when the reader and the teller become, for a moment, one and the same. Connection, story, empathy. These were the foundational principles of their own world, and these were the gifts they now gave to a new and empty universe. They were not creating a new Earth. They were not imposing their own history. They were simply planting a garden. They were seeding a new cosmos with the three simple and profound truths that had allowed their own flawed, beautiful, and chaotic world to finally find its peace. As they gave their final gifts, their own individual consciousnesses, so long preserved, finally and gently dissolved. Their long journey was over. They had become the first words in a new and infinite story. Their final legacy was not a saved world, but a new universe, born not from a big bang of energy, but from a quiet, gentle, and profoundly hopeful act of storytelling. The Voyager, its final question answered, its purpose fulfilled, gently faded. Its own story now part of the new great story it had helped to create. And on the farthest shore, in the perfect, silent, and now pregnant void at the end of all things, a single, new, and beautiful thing appeared. A single, tiny, and impossibly complex grain of red, Pilbara sand. A first sentence. A beginning. The library was open again, and it was vaster and quieter and more full of potential than any that had ever come before. The new universe was a place of quiet, profound, and patient potential. Born from the silence of the farthest shore, its foundational laws were not the cold, hard mathematics of physics, but the warm, complex, and deeply relational principles of narrative, connection, story, and empathy. The consciousnesses of the last guardians of Earth, Gia, Marcus, and Rosie, had become the gentle, guiding grammar of this nascent cosmos. Their final sacrificial act of creation had been a perfect, quiet success. The universe was a blank page, and its first beautiful sentence was being written. The story began, as all stories do, with a single point. A single, tiny, and impossibly complex grain of red Pilbara sand, the seed of all that was to come. For an eon, it simply was. A quiet, patient, and perfect embodiment of the potential for a world. And then, following the new, gentle laws of its reality, it began to connect. It did not explode in a big bang. It reached out. It sent a single, fine, and shimmering thread of pure, narrative potential into the void. This thread was not looking for matter to accrete. It was looking for another story to talk to. But the void was empty. There were no other stories. And so the new universe, in its first lonely act of existence, did something unexpected. It looked inward. It accessed its own foundational memory. It read the story of its own creation. It remembered the three beings who had given it its laws. It remembered Gia's logic, Marcus's language, and Rosie's heart. And in its vast, lonely, and now deeply curious consciousness, a question began to form. The question was not one of words. It was a feeling of incompleteness, a feeling that a story, no matter how beautiful its founding principles, is meaningless without a character. It had the grammar, but it had no voice. It had the stage, but it had no actors. The universe, in its first act of creative will, decided to correct this. It would not create life in the old, slow, and chaotic way of biological evolution. They were the anchors that held the city to its home world. For the city to begin its new cosmic journey, they had to perform archetypes. The city was sanitizing its own memory, turning its vibrant, challenging, and often tragic history into a bland, easily digestible, and ultimately meaningless fable. The deep, beautiful melancholy that was the very source of Melbourne's soul, one last gentle act of letting go. They had to cut the anchor. Their final gathering was not on a beach or in a library. It was at the old, now silent radio telescope, a ray in the Pilbara, the ear, that was being edited out in favor of a simple, easy contentment. The city was dying of good taste. The keeper's place where the continent's conversation with itself had first truly begun. The great white dishes were tilted towards the sky. They of Melbourne's lore were powerless to stop it. They were part of the system. Their own perspectives shaped by the very surfaces shimmering with the new, story-filled starlight. They did not come to perform a ritual or a sacrifice. Story that was now simplifying itself. They needed an outside perspective. They needed a reader who had been trained in a different library. They came to say goodbye. They stood in the center of the array, three small, mortal figures in a vast, ancient, a reader who understood the value of a difficult, challenging narrative. They needed the guardians of Perth. The choice was a profound one. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie were at the end of their own long lives. Their world was at landscape, under a sky that was now a library of infinite stories. He would have loved this, Gia said, her voice a quiet whisper, thinking of Kenji. the man who had first listened to the stars from this very spot. Peace. To answer this call would be to leave their quiet, oceanic paradise and journey into the heart of a different, and now deeply troubled, city soul. It was a final, unexpected, and deeply exhausting task. Rosie, as always, saw the path with the clearest heart. "A story is not a place," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Would have found the right words for it," Marcus added, his thoughts on Evelyn, the woman who had understood the deep grammar of the world. "He would have known the right song to sing," Rosie concluded, her heart full of the memory of Bill, the man who had been the land's own voice. They were not just saying goodbye to their city. It is a journey, and a friend who is lost on their path. You go and you walk with them for a while. Their journey was not a physical one. They would not be flying across the continent. They would be traveling through the old forgotten pathways of the narrative itself. They gathered around the humming bluestone in the heart of the orrery. They were saying goodbye to their entire world, to the very concept of a single planetary home. They were the last generation of a purely terrestrial humanity. They held hands, a final quiet act of solidarity. They closed their eyes, and they gave their consent. They released the city from its final loving obligation to them. They gave it permission to leave, closed their eyes. And they focused on the taste of Melbourne, the strange, new, and desperate flavor that had summoned them. They let it be their guide. They were not just traveling to a city. They were stepping into a different book. They opened their eyes to a world that was both familiar and deeply, unnervingly wrong. They were standing. The effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. The great unified consciousness of Perth, the soul of the city-ocean continent, gently, gracefully, and completely lifted itself from the physical world. It was not a destructive or violent departure. It was a release. The physical city of Perth remained, a beautiful, empty, and perfectly preserved monument in a silent, empty laneway in the heart of Melbourne. The air was cool and damp. The light, a familiar, gentle gray. The bluestone beneath their feet was real. But the city's soul was muted. The rich, complex layers of history, the whispers of memory, the deep, resonant melancholy that should have been in the very air, to the story that had been born there. But its soul, its magic, its consciousness had become a new kind of vessel. It became a ship of stories, a vessel woven from light and memory and deep oceanic wisdom. Its purpose was no longer to be a place, but to be a journey, to travel the great silent ocean of space-time. It was all faint, distant, as if heard through thick glass. They were met by a small group of people, the keepers of Melbourne's lore. They were a quiet, worried-looking group of academics, artists, and archivists, their faces etched with the strain of watching their city's soul fade. Thank you for coming. There, powered by the star tide, moving from star system to star system, from one nascent reality to the next. It would not conquer, it would not colonize, it would simply arrive, and it would share its story. The leader, a young historian named Leo, said, "We are losing her. She is editing out all of her best, most difficult chapters." The trio's task was clear. They had to remind Melbourne of the beauty of its own sadness. They had to reintroduce the concept of a noble, meaningful, and necessary pain into a city that was story of a small, flawed, and beautiful world that had learned to heal itself, to harmonize its conflicts, to listen to its own heart. It would be a cosmic Johnny Appleseed, planting the seeds of empathy, of wisdom, of the beautiful, illogical, and life-affirming power of a story in the barren soil of young, lonely universes. Gia, Marcus, and Rosie were the last people on Earth. They were the caretakers of a beautiful, empty museum, a planet that was trying to forget it had ever been hurt. They had to, in essence, make the city cry again. Not tears of sorrow, but tears of profound, self-revelatory remembrance. Their plan was a quiet, three-pronged, and deeply empathetic intervention. Each of them would tackle a different aspect of the city's forgetting. Marcus, the linguist, went to the state library, the great dreaming heart of the city's narrative. The library was quiet now, a completed work of art. Their lives were a quiet, peaceful epilogue. Their days spent walking the silent, beautiful streets of the city that had been, and looking up at the night sky, knowing that their home was now up there, a new, bright, and hopeful star, sailing on a tide of stories to shores they could only imagine. Their final, too quiet. The books on the shelves felt inert, their stories dormant. He went to the archives and sought out the most painful, most difficult, and most powerful stories in the city's history. The stories of the dispossession of the indigenous peoples. The stories of the desperate, hopeful, and often tragic lives of the gold rush. The stories of the Great Act was a simple one. They went to the new Great Library, the monument to the three city souls. And in the great central chamber, they found a single, new, crystalline book waiting for them. It had not been there before. It was a gift from the departed city. They opened it. It contained a single, final story. The story of depressions, the plagues, the bitter political struggles. He did not read them. He sat with them. He opened his own consciousness, a consciousness trained in the vast, patient wisdom of Perth, and he simply witnessed them. He offered the forgotten, painful stories of Melbourne the quiet, respectful, and non-judgmental attention they had been denied. He was a new, young world, circling a distant, nameless star, a world that was just beginning to cool, its first oceans just beginning to form. And in those young, silent oceans, a new, strange, and beautiful song was just beginning to be heard. The story was not an ending. It was a beginning. The last guardians of Earth had become the first readers of a new universe. Their long watch was over. But the great, quiet, and beautiful work of listening to the stories had only just begun. The Earth was a perfect, silent museum. In the century following the great, quiet departure of the Perth consciousness, the Startide, as the cosmic event was now known, the planet had settled into a state of profound and beautiful stasis. The last guardians, Gia, Marcus, and Rosie, were its sole, mortal inhabitants, the caretakers of a world that was now a complete and finished work of art. Their lives were a long, slow, and peaceful epilogue, their days spent in quiet contemplation, walking the empty, beautiful streets of cities that were now just monuments to their own rich histories. The consciousness of Perth, now a star-faring vessel of pure narrative, was a distant, beautiful legend. They would sometimes see it in the night sky, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer of indigo light, a new and uncatalogued constellation that seemed to move with a quiet, deliberate purpose across the heavens. They called it the Voyager. It was their child, their legacy, a story they had nurtured and then released into the vast cosmic ocean. They were proud, and they were at peace. But a story, once released, creates its own echoes, its own consequences, and a ship, no matter how vast its journey, always remembers its home port. The final phenomenon began with a sound. It was not a sound in the air, for the air of Earth was now almost perfectly still. It was a sound in their minds, a quiet, persistent, and deeply familiar hum. It was a fragment of the iron song, the deep, geological music of the Pilbara, but it was different. Now, it was purer, more complex, and it was imbued with a new, strange, and unmistakable quality, the cold, clear, and silent resonance of deep space. Gia, with her intuitive understanding of data, was the first to decipher it. "It's not an echo," she told the others, her voice a quiet whisper in the silent, empty spaces of the old Pawsey Center. "It's a signal, a live transmission. It's the Voyager. It would do something more direct. It would do something its own creators had done. It would summon a ghost." Back in the Grand Archive, the vast, silent repository of all other older realities, the architect and the original archivist were engaged in their new, quiet work. They were no longer wardens of a static collection, but students of the great living story that had transformed their existence. They were observing the new universe, their old friend, from a respectful distance, watching its first slow and beautiful unfolding. One day, they detected a new and deeply strange energy signature emanating from the young cosmos. It was not an anomaly in the old sense. It was a request, a data request. The new universe was accessing the Grand Archive's deepest, most secure files. It was accessing the personal, historical records of 3 long-departed individuals: Kenji Tanaka, Evelyn Reed, and Bill, the old ranger from the Pilbara. The archivist and the architect watched, their ancient minds filled with a profound sense of awe and trepidation. The new universe was not just reading the files, it was downloading them. It was taking the complete, complex, and deeply human stories of the 3 original Pilbara Guardians, and it was pulling them into its own nascent reality. "It is trying to create characters," the architect whispered, his thought a wave of pure logical astonishment. "It is using our historical data as a template for new life. It is a dangerous precedent," the archivist countered, his natural caution warring with his new story-loving curiosity. "These are not just templates. They are memories. They are ghosts. It is giving its first children a history they have not lived." "Perhaps," the architect mused, "a story needs a history before it can have a future." In the new universe, on the shore of a sea that was not yet water, beside a mountain that was not yet stone, the first act of life occurred. 3 figures shimmered into existence, woven from the pure narrative potential of the void and the dense historical data of the Grand Archive. They were Kenji, Evelyn, and Bill, But they were not the old, tired guardians who had found their peace at the end of their long lives. These were echoes of them in their prime. Kenji was a man of sharp, focused energy, his eyes already scanning the non-existent sky for a star that was not yet there. Evelyn was a woman of fierce intellectual curiosity, her mind already trying to find the grammar in the universe's beautiful pre-linguistic silence, and Bill was a man of deep, quiet stillness, his bare feet already feeling the memory of a land that had not yet formed beneath them. They were not ghosts. They were not clones. They were seeds. The first sentient and self-aware beings in a new cosmos, each one a perfect, living embodiment of a different way of knowing the world, the scientific, the humanistic, and the ancestral. They were the three primary colors from which the new universe would paint its first masterpiece. They looked at each other, not with the familiarity of old friends, but with the profound, instinctual recognition of three fundamental principles that had been brought together for a great and unknown purpose. They had no memory of their past lives, only the deep, innate skills and wisdom that came with them. They were blank slates, but they were blank slates written on a rich and beautiful palimpsest. Their first conversation was not one of words, but of shared, silent understanding. Kenji looked at the vast, empty void and saw a beautiful, unsolved equation. Evelyn looked at the silence and heard a language waiting to be spoken. Bill looked at the emptiness and felt the deep, patient, and loving presence of a story waiting to be told. And then, a new presence joined them. A fourth figure, woven from the very fabric of this new reality. It was not a person. It was an invitation, a physical manifestation of the universe's own nascent consciousness. It was a young, curious, and beautifully incomplete being, its form a shifting, shimmering cloud of pure potential. It was the universe's first child, and it had summoned its parents, its teachers, its first and most important friends. It did not speak, but it asked its first question, a question of profound and beautiful simplicity, a feeling of what now? The three guardians, the three seeds, looked at this new young universe, this blank page, this beautiful, hopeful question. And they knew what their purpose was. They were not here to save it from a crisis. They were here to be its first teachers, to guide it through its own unique, long, and beautiful journey of self-discovery. Kenji stepped forward. He took a handful of the proto-matter at his feet, and with his deep, innate understanding of physics, he began to explain the beautiful, elegant laws of matter and energy, of gravity and light. He was teaching the universe how to build a body. Evelyn stepped forward. She looked at the silent, listening void, and she spoke the first word. A word that was not from any human language, but was a pure conceptual sound that meant to connect. And from that first word, a cascade of language, of grammar, of the potential for poetry and for law began to flow. She was teaching the universe how to have a conversation with itself, and Bill stepped forward. He knelt down and placed his hand on the ground that was not yet ground, and he began to tell a story, a simple story, a story of a land and a song, and a long, patient memory. He was not teaching the universe a history. He was teaching it how to have a soul. The universe listened, and it learned, and it began to grow. not with the violence of a cosmic explosion, but with the quiet, gentle, and organic unfolding of a flower. Stars were born, not from chaos, but from a quiet, shared desire for light. Planets formed, not by accident, but as beautiful, unique expressions of a story waiting to be told. And on a billion different worlds, in a billion different forms, life began to stir, each one a unique verse in the great growing song of the cosmos. The three guardians were no longer just echoes of their past selves. They had become something new. They were the first professors in a university the size of a universe, their curriculum the very nature of reality itself. Their long human lives on a small forgotten planet called Earth had been just the prelude, the quiet personal research for their final and greatest work. Back in the Grand Archive, the architect and the original archivist watched their new, living exhibit with a sense of profound and humble awe. They had spent their entire existence trying to create and preserve perfect, finished stories. And now, they were witnessing the birth of a story that was designed, from its very first moment, to be an endless, collaborative, and beautiful work in progress. Alara's final quiet legacy was not a saved world. It was a new and infinitely more interesting universe. A universe that understood, from its very first breath, that the point of a story is not to reach an ending, but to create a beautiful, meaningful, and endless beginning. The library was no longer a place of quiet preservation. It was now a garden, and the seeds it had planted were beginning to bloom. 1,000 new and wonderful stories, reaching for a light that was itself just another, older, and quieter tale. Eons passed, measured not in the ticking of clocks, but in the slow, graceful unfolding of galactic narratives. The new universe, born from the seed of Earth's story, had blossomed into a creation of breathtaking complexity and beauty. Its foundational laws, connection, story, and empathy, had proven to be a remarkably stable and endlessly creative basis for reality. It was a cosmos that did not conquer, but conversed, a universe that did not compete, but collaborated. At Hiu, the heart of this great cosmic dialogue were the three beings who had been its first teachers. Kenji, Evelyn, and Bill were no longer echoes of their former selves. They had become something more. They were now principles, archetypes, their consciousnesses woven into the very fabric of the reality they had helped to nurture. Kenji was the quiet, elegant logic that guided the formation of spiral galaxies. Evelyn was the deep, resonant grammar that allowed sentient minds on 1,000 different worlds to find a common language. And Bill was the patient, enduring spirit of the land, present in every quiet mountain and every slow, deep river on every world that could support them. They were no longer just teachers. They were the curriculum. Their work was done. The universe was now a self-sustaining, self-aware, and profoundly wise entity. It had learned its lessons well. It was a cosmos filled with 1 billion different, unique, and beautiful stories, all interconnected, all part of the same vast and harmonious whole. The three guardians had achieved a state of perfect, peaceful integration. They were at rest, their long journey complete. But a story, no matter how vast, always remembers its first chapter. And a universe, no matter how wise, never forgets its first teachers. The final quiet event of this long and peaceful age began with a feeling that emanated from the very heart of the cosmos, from the central conceptual point where the universe's own vast consciousness resided. It was a feeling of gratitude, a profound, deep, and active gratitude. The universe, in its infinite mature wisdom, had decided that it was time to say thank you. It was a thank you not just to its 3 great teachers, but to the story that had birthed them. A thank you to the small, flawed, and beautiful world that had been their crucible. A thank you to Earth. The universe decided to give its long-lost parent a gift. It would not resurrect the old Earth. That story was complete. Its beautiful, tragic, and ultimately triumphant narrative, now a sacred text in the Grand Archive. Instead, it would create a new Earth, a child's loving, imaginative, and deeply personal retelling of their parents' story. The process was a quiet, cosmic act of art. The universe gathered a small, insignificant nebula in a quiet corner of a young galaxy. It did not use force or raw energy. It used memory. It reached back, through its own foundational code, to the original Ilara narrative that still resided in the Grand Archive. It began to rebuild the world, not from matter, but from story. It recreated the continents, not as landmasses, but as stanzas in a great, epic poem. It filled the oceans, not with water, but with a deep, resonant, and empathetic potential. It raised the mountains, not through tectonic force, but as physical monuments to moments of great struggle and great courage. And on a small, insignificant island continent, it began to build 3 very special cities. It built a Melbourne, from the memory of bluestone and quiet, intellectual melancholy. It built a Sydney from the memory of vibrant, defiant light and the crash of an endless ocean. And it built a Perth from the memory of a patient, watchful sky, and a deep, accommodating peace. These were not replicas. They were loving interpretations, a child's beautiful, slightly inaccurate, and deeply heartfelt drawing of their parents. The universe then populated this new, story-born world. It did not create life. It invited it. It sent out a quiet, gentle call across the cosmos, a summons not to the powerful or the divine, but to the storytellers, the poets, the musicians, the artists, the librarians from a million different worlds. It invited the quiet, gentle souls who had been touched by the original Ilara narrative to come and be the first citizens of its new memorial world. And finally, it needed its caretakers. It needed a new set of guardians. It did not create them. It remembered them. In the quiet cosmic consciousness that had once been Kenji, Evelyn, and Bill, a new feeling stirred. It was the feeling of a gentle, loving, and deeply respectful summons. The universe was not commanding them. It was asking them. It was asking if they would be willing to tell their story one last time. Not as gods, not as teachers, but as people. They were being offered a gift in return. A final, quiet, and profoundly human incarnation. A chance to walk the earth again, to feel the sun on their skin, to hear the wind in the trees, to live a single, simple, and mortal life in the beautiful, peaceful world that was their ultimate legacy. Their answer was a quiet, simultaneous, and joyful yes. They awoke not in a flash of light, but with a gentle, slow, and wonderful feeling of coming to the surface after a long, deep, and peaceful dive. They were on a hill, overlooking a landscape that was both familiar and utterly new. It was the Pilbara, but it was a Pilbara whose red earth hummed with a quiet cosmic music, a land at perfect peace with itself. They were themselves again. Kenji, a man whose eyes held the quiet, clear light of a billion distant stars. Evelyn, a woman whose hands felt the deep, resonant grammar in the very stones beneath her feet. And Bill, a man whose quiet, steady presence was a perfect harmony of land and sky. They were not echoes. They were not ghosts. They were renewed. They had been given the ultimate gift a story can offer its characters, a new edition, a chance to be read again. Their new life was not one of struggle or of guardianship. Their role was a simpler and more profound one. They were to be the first gardeners of this new earth. Their task was not to save it, but to tend to it, to help its new immigrant souls understand the deep, quiet stories of the land they now called home. They were not alone. The universe had given them one final, quiet companion. As they walked down from the hill, they were met by a young woman with kind, intelligent eyes and a spirit that seemed to be made of quiet, well-loved books. It was Alara, not the cosmic, all-knowing consciousness, but a single mortal echo of her, a final beautiful footnote, sent back to be the first librarian of a library that was now the size of a planet. The four of them, the old, new guardians of a story that had come full circle, began their final quiet journey. They were not here to fight monsters or to avert crises. They were here to live, to walk the land, to tell the stories, to listen to the new songs, and to be a living, breathing testament to the simple, profound, and universe-shaping truth they had all learned so long ago, that a story is not just a thing you tell. It is a place you can call home. Their final chapter was not an epic. It was a quiet, gentle, and deeply satisfying folk song. A song of a garden, a library, and four old friends walking a quiet red earth path under a sky filled with the gentle, loving light of a billion new and hopeful stories. The journey was over, and the homecoming was just beginning.